Okay. Okay. Here. 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 So, what do I gotta do? This. Playing hardball, yeah. How we will invite. Play. So anyhow, here we are. Saturday night. Happened again, did it? Yep. Sure did. Anyhow, I have a guest here with me. If you want to say hello, you can go ahead. You got a mic there, right? See what we got going here. Hello? Okay, we're not hearing you. Check to see if your mic has been muted or what. It's showing me on your side, but I'm not hearing anything for audio. There we go. It shows your mic is muted. So your mic is muted on your side. Unmute your mic. Okay, my guest from Germany, your mic is muted. I'm seeing that on my side. I don't know if you got a mic problem. Okay, you dropped out. We'll have to try him back here in a second. Obviously, he's having technical issues over there. So we will try him again. And see what happens. Meanwhile, if we don't get him in here, try this again. Okay. Our guest from Germany here. Where is your mic? Because I sure don't hear you. And he dropped out again. I guess he's got issues. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Wanted to bring him into the show, but it seems that might be a little hard to do at this time, huh? He's tried a couple of times. I can give him one more shot. If that don't work, he'll have to figure out his issues before I try it again. Because I don't want to waste the shows. I don't want to waste a whole bunch of time trying to bring somebody in. He's got to get his mic going. That's all I can tell you. So we'll give him one more shot. And then I'll have to go on with the show. And anybody else that's got the call-in information, if you feel like jumping in here, please do so. Okay? This man asked a few days ago about getting in. And I brought him in here, but now, obviously, we have technical difficulties on his side. Let's see what he's writing me here. Okay, well, we will send him another invite and see if he gets it this time. Let's try. Okay, you got one more invite. We'll give it a shot. And then I'm going to go on with the show.
Hi, Bill.
Yeah, there you are. You made it this time, I see.
Great. Hey, this is so nice to speak to you, Bill.
So, how are you?
I'm great. So my name's Cock, and I'm calling in from Germany. And I'm kind of a fan of you and Steve Hoka. And now that you have the Saturday Night Live thing going on, you know, I wanted to call in, and I think that I have found a solution to TFL, FA, and Inseldom.
Oh, you do, huh? By calling your name
Yeah,
Cock?
yeah, yeah. It's a French name, and it's spelled COQ.
Right.
You know,
Go ahead and enlighten me because you can't even keep your face straight.
sorry. I know it's kind of it's a controversial name, but it is what it is. Okay, but anyway, look, I was TFL for about 5 years, and 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 I found out that the way out of TFL, okay, this is very controversial. It's through PUA, and
And he's gone. It's amazing how that worked, isn't it? Yep. I love it when things are amazing like that. Anyhow, yeah, it was quite amazing. I took him right on out and got rid of him. Okay, this is what you call typical BS. We couldn't expect it to be any better, could we? No, we couldn't. There's always got to be somebody that comes along to play games because nothing's real to them. They think life's nothing but a bunch of games. Yeah, but I love the end game the best because the end game is absolutely the best because that's when they get the surprise when they got a gun to the back of their head or they're being marched into a FEMA camp, regardless of what, or their dollars crashed and they can't get no food. You know, when reality slaps them in the face, that is the part of the game I love the best. Because when you take a serious topic and you have fun with it and you mimic and mock and call names to other people because you think you're something you're not, you know. Karma is a bitch and karma does happen and karma is real. Okay, that's all I got to say about that. I think I'm going to talk a little bit about Mr. Toronto here a little bit tonight. I do want to talk about him. Okay, and Punisher Mayhem looks like you're with me here. And it looks like he has the same issue with the mic problem. You were on here last week for a
hello?
little while. Hello?
Yeah, I was on here last week. I'm back again. Hey, Bill.
And how are you?
Great, great to be back again. How you doing?
Oh, I'm not doing too bad. I just got rid of our little troll friend and move on here. But I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Toronto man over there. Speech impediments and what Monday done.
Yeah, I
Monday.
saw his video.
What's that?
I saw his video from earlier. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, regardless of Monday being an agent or not, which he is, I just want to call him an employee of the establishment. Okay. He's paid to do what he's doing, and that's why he's up here doing it. He's not up here to help anybody. Okay, but regardless of that, Monday did talk about speech impediments, and Monday really didn't have to put anybody down because he actually told the truth. Okay, and so see, and I'm going to call it just as I see it because that's what it is. He actually did tell the truth. And people like Mr. Toronto Man over there, this is where they get the shit end of the stick in life because when you're in his shoes with a speech impediment, you know damn well he gets looked down on all the time. He gets pushed out, stereotyped out, and and so of course he's going to be living TFL. You've got to have that problem to be living TFL in today's society. So when you have them problems, it just compounds it. Okay, it just makes his life even more hell than it should even be. But you know that's some social engineering. That's where that comes from. Everybody, their minds, our mindsets, people, you don't, unless you get straight about it, your mindsets have been given to you in the society you grew up in. And everything that you've seen around you your whole life. You know, you got a little bit you got from your family. And where did they get theirs? They got theirs from the same place you did. The people around them. School system, your television sets, your music, your everything. Okay? You know, everybody wants to have friends, so everybody tries to fit in. But it doesn't work that way when you got so picky about people. So many guys can't even get a female in their life. Nobody knows how to treat each other. We've gone over this a million times. And I brought this show up to give other people a chance to come up and tell what their life's been about and what's happened to them and to actually talk about it. So when Mr. Toronto Man talked to me earlier today, this is one of the things that he was very adamant about talking about. And I'm with him on that because that's what it has to be.
Yeah.
And so, how is your life? Give a little bit about your own self, your life, okay? Just so the people hear it. I might encourage somebody else to come in here tonight.
Well, I mean, I actually had a very interesting week. A $1,600 life insurance check from my mom passing away came in. I cashed in, and paid down a wrestling school just to do it. To put on the bucket list.
Okay, wrestling school.
Yeah, I just enrolled this week. And I'm sore after two training sessions this week.
Okay, so you're going out there and climbing in the ring, are you?
Yeah, I'm out there, training, learning the basics, and it's right off the bat, it's intense.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it probably is intense. Now, what's your motivation for doing it? Is just to get something off your mind, or
Just pursuing a lifelong dream, I guess. That's kind of like, you know, that's something we're encouraged to do as Americans, right? Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
there you go. So you're just pursuing a dream, something you wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, I figure, I remember, when I was 6 years old, like idolizing Hulk Hogan, and my mom was always, very supportive of me, and I figured she would be happy for me.
Yeah, well, that's a plus. Well, this show's basically focused in on dating scene topics and NWO topics, and that's what I do with this show. This show here on Saturday nights is basically on that. So it's nice that you got something you can do to take some of that off your mind because I guess that'll keep you busy, huh?
Yeah. But also, I think it's very interesting is that you have like females on YouTube that like to orbit these manosphere guys and channels. That's kind of odd, don't you think?
Well, yeah, I don't trust anything here online, whether it's male or female to begin with. I can take any picture, any clip of any video, edit the bit, put it up, excuse my language, and claim it's me. Okay? You're talking about a world filled full of liars and people who think everything's a game, a sport, a freaking arena, and people that absolutely don't care about nobody but themselves. Okay, so you can't take anything of value until you get to know somebody, and most people online are too busy hiding their faces and their names, and they don't want you to know who they are because they can show what they're really like behind the scenes when they're not being a coward. You always know when they're being a coward because that's when they leave their house and have to face somebody face to face. They won't do what they're doing online to them because they're afraid their teeth might be in their stomach, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I've noticed the guys who do show their faces and have their addresses talk. I mean, they've never had anything bad happen to them. So it's like it seems like people are worried about stuff that they seem to be a little too worried. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I've been putting my face on here for a long time. I've spoken out about a lot of stuff. I've had death threats. I've been trolled. I've had my channels flagged down. I've lost channels. I even had feds through my door and lost a job, but I'm still here.
Yeah,
Okay? I get censored, I get pushed down, but I don't care because since when have you ever fought a war and didn't have repercussion or damages your way? You
yeah, I
know,
hear that.
part of being strong is being willing to stand up for what you believe and look into what you're seeing. And I've always been here because I actually care. You know, I want to address something else here, what's on my mind. And anybody else out there, I don't know if Dave's around or anybody like that, or maybe Jeff Ashton or Mr. Holka. But I'll be here a while. Warren will get off. Maybe he'll call in. We can get people to call in here on the show. I'd like that. But I want to address VVS. It appears VVS, what, sees one of my videos finally over all this time. Maybe somebody sent it his way, whatever, okay? Now he's claiming he's never made accusations or allegations that he didn't like me or Steve or anything like that. And I really don't care because I've never done nothing to the guy. He's saying, "Well, man, no, he didn't remember when I was in the live stream," and I actually know better than that because it was more than one. Okay, but I really don't care about that. I'm not going to have controversy with him. I'm just going to tell him simply straight out, I don't dislike the guy. I have no reason to dislike somebody I don't know. He's welcome to come over here and call into this show. If he shows up on a chat and wants the information, I'll send him the information and he can be in one of these and he can be on here and he can openly talk and we could go somewhere because the problem with the manosphere is everybody's divided. Nobody's wanting to talk. Nobody's wanting to join together. They love their division. They love their infighting. They want their division and their drama. They want exactly what's going to destroy them. They're not looking for solutions. Because if you're looking for solutions, then you need to understand that first off, since so many men are having the same problems, we should be coming together and talking about it and openly talking about what things we could do to make a difference to help others. Okay? This shit, if I'm just out for my own little selfish self, mentality needs to go away. This bashing one another based on, well, you hate me because I'm a man. I mean, if I was sort of like held by the dashboard light, every man's his enemy. Okay, so he's definitely part of the problem. You could never correct the problem when you're not willing to stand together, look for where it came from. That's right, for the root cause to the problem, and then talk of solutions, what we could do to make a difference. Nobody even wants the root cause. They're too scared to look for the root cause. They would rather call a symptom the cause. So they would be a terrible technician, a terrible mechanic. They wouldn't be able to fix their way out of a wet paper bag because you'd be chasing the symptom and not the cause. So, and this show, I want this show on Saturday nights to be open for the people to call in, for people to give their opinions, to be able to talk about this. So, yeah, VVS is welcome over here, the same as Weather Dashboard is, because, see, I'm not going to drop myself to that level. I'm not going to ignore them, and I'm not going to just run from them. This door is open for them. All they got to do is make the effort to be here. That's all. I'm doing this every Saturday. They have the chance. You know, it's just like Toronto
Like, you
man
have
over
to
there?
good.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to get at the issues. I mean, I've noticed that when it comes, I've noticed that in recent weeks and months, I guess going back years, let's say, when it comes to purple pill, it seems like there's this one life coach that causes everybody problems, and they're trying to reach a resolution with this one guy, but he's just this Eli guy is just he's just out of control with his drama and marketing.
Well, red pill. The red pill man in our chat says the only solution is to deprogram the brainwashing, and well, he's got a very valuable point because it is the brainwashing. You have to ask yourself, to unprogram, they must see that they're wrong because brainwashing is nothing more than selling your idea and changing somebody's belief system. And these people have done so well of a job of making people truly believe in lies. You have to somehow reach them to get them see something that they just knew is not that way and that it actually is that way, and then it's still going to be up to them to get the lightning, to say, wait a minute, and go look. But how many of them will turn their head and say, oh, it just must have been a glitch, and not even look into anything? That'll probably be the majority that won't look into nothing.
Yeah, I mean, problem I had with my channel is that back before my channel even reached 20 subs, there was a woman that had issues with the Discord running my name out there. Now because I did because I did raise the issue months later, what I'm saying, addressing it, over 40% of my subscribers are women, and now I have to like play the drama game to keep my channel going. And that's like, where do I go to like evolve?
Well, I don't worry about subscribers because it's all numbers and the numbers are being manipulated and you're not even being shown the truth. Everybody thinks the numbers are accurate here on YouTube, and the thumbs up and the rating system is accurate here on YouTube is definitely a sound asleep to YouTube. They
Yeah,
don't
that's all I can.
understand that it's complete censorship. The numbers are controlled, the subscribers are controlled, and the people that are telling the real truth are the ones that are being pushed down. The ones telling propaganda and lies are the ones with the big numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing I do like about BitChute is a view is a view and a sub is a sub. I mean, that's one thing a lot. Even though it's a really small platform.
Yeah, but the reality is the big numbers on YouTube is because they're working for the establishment. The small numbers are the people who are telling the truth. And if you're up here for the wrong reason, I really don't care what the person's saying anyhow, because I'm up here to help people talk about real life things. I'm not
Right.
up here to play games, you
Do that.
know. And then you still got your people that don't care. They're gonna feel just like what you heard at the beginning of the show. And that don't bother me any because he may have got the information that came in and was laughing because he got it. But what good did it do him? He didn't affect me any. The only thing he
Right.
did was make a fool out of himself. And he can't come back in again because he's already been removed. So really, what good did that do him?
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know?
I'm a rookie to all this, YouTube and all this stuff. So I'm just like going through the learning pains.
But that's where that comes from, you know? And I see wild bills like where's Steve Holka? And I'll tell you what, Steve will be here if he makes time to be here. If he's not here, that's the way it goes. Where are you? Well, you've been following Steve a long time, right? You've been following me over here. Why ain't you wanting the information? Why ain't you picking up your phone and calling in? Why ain't you anticipating in this? That would be the wild bill. You always have time to be here, so what's the reason that you're not anticipating? Why ain't you part of? Why don't you come on and express your opinion, what you feel? Because I've been doing this a long time, and so has Steve. So where's some other people that are willing to be content creators? They're willing to get out there and speak out and willing to look into stuff. So where are you guys? Where are you guys out here that would like to see this stuff come to an end, that at least is willing to talk about the cause and what we could possibly do to change it? Where's the guys out here that know they're going through this shit that want to speak up to what's been happening to them? Why am I hearing crickets? You know? So see, I addressed Wild Bill there, and I'm hearing crickets now. Okay, so I've got a good point for you. You put down Timothy because blah 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 blah, whatever reason was. But you know what? That colored gentleman that was on this show for 2 times in a row, that maybe got a little controversy going. Hey, I'm okay with that because that controversy gave you something to talk about, didn't it? And at this point in time, it's looking like he's a lot braver than most of you guys. If he's out there listening in right now, I'd encourage him to call back in. See, where are you people up there that are willing to stand up? I mean, come on. You ain't even on cam. You ain't on nothing. I've been doing this a long time. I mean, my guest that called in here, he's putting you guys to shame too. Wow, Bill, you've been following around for long enough. Why ain't you on here? What's the deal? I mean, really think about it. What's the deal? Well, why can't any of you guys speak up yourself? This is one of the reasons you want to complain about Mr. Hoka not being around. But let's think about this. When Mr. Hoka was around and asked for people to call in, where was you? Well, so then you didn't want to anticipate and he stops making live streams for you. What have you got to complain about? You obviously didn't want to be part to begin with. So you really ain't got nothing to complain about. Do you understand? I'm over here inviting you in. Come on. We've had
Oh, hey,
a
Bill.
Oh my golly, we got Dave here. We got somebody else that's brave enough to come on in here. Thank you, Dave.
Hey, what's going on, Bill?
I'm good. I'm glad to hear you.
Yeah, you too, likewise. Hey, I just, one thing I've been kind of wanting to talk about. It's been I've been kind of keeping an eye on all week is that Amber Geiger case there in that, that Dallas cop there that, that shot her neighbor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see what they gave her? They gave her 10 years, and she'll probably be out in like 4 or 5 years.
Well, yeah, she'll get 10 years. She'll get out in 4 or 5 on good behavior.
Yeah.
Now, if that had been a guy, what do you think it'd be?
Probably life.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If that was a guy,
Most
it'd
likely.
probably be a life in 1 day or something, or
Right.
or at least life, which is 25 years.
Yeah.
There was a woman, complaining about the female incarceration rate, increasing in Texas. And I jokingly said, like, would you be willing to enter a potential mandatory government mandated girlfriend program if it existed in the state?
Well, if she wants to complain about the female incarceration uh, seemingly going up, rising up, well, I'd venture to say that if women were held accountable just as accountable as men was, they wouldn't be complaining about it going up because it would have already been up like the same numbers as the men a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, they just like having the special treatment, right? All the rights and privileges without any responsibility.
Basically, yes. You've got to have the special rights and the privilege. You got to have the same rights as a man, Okay, but you don't gotta have
Feminism.
but when it comes to punishment, you can't have the same punishment, right?
Yeah. Bill, I never saw so much coddling by the
Oh no,
media in this case. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Dave, they put it right in our
I mean,
face.
is one of Texas is one of the few states that will actually execute a woman. So I mean, they're a little bit more, I guess, red pilled on female nature than other states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, the justice system is still favored towards the female. That's not going to change. It's been deliberately done because you know what it does? It pisses men off. And they like that.
Yeah.
Because if you keep the friction and keep us mad, then we keep pointing the finger and we keep fighting. And what does that do? It also helps with population reduction, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I
Definitely
was
keeping
like
their
watching
agenda
a
alive and well.
I was watching a
Yeah.
stream about another live stream about what's going on in the UK with the Muslim migration. They're saying it's going to lead to fascism, either alt right Nazi fascism or Islamic Caliphate fascism. Which pick your poison.
Well, they don't understand this has all been freaking done anyhow. I mean, they got their right and they got their left. It's all scripted acts. It's just Hollywood. Okay, really, that's all it is. I mean, you've never had two sides to begin with. People believe they've had two sides. Of course they do. That's all they were ever taught, and so they believe they got two sides. And they have a go right to anticipate in a phony election. And they think, well, it's not phony. Yeah, it is. You never ask yourself the question where these people come from that are running. You never look into their backgrounds at all, and you wonder how they got put in front of your face. You wonder why the same thing keeps happening over and over. I mean, let's just give you a short lesson, a short history lesson. Okay? And I don't even got to go very far to do it. We'll just go back to Obama. When he first came in office, what did he tell everybody? He was going to end the war. So what did he do? He done the same thing that every president's done. He escalated the war. He done the exact opposite. People never question why the same plan that the president before was working on just continues moving forward with every single president. Like if
Well, really,
somehow
I mean,
that's an accident, huh?
a presidential campaign is full of promises that were broken anyway, because the president really can't do anything.
President has no power. He's nothing but a puppet.
I mean, Congress he has to like sign bills that Congress sends him, and the bureaucracy of all the government agencies, they do their own thing no matter who the president is. They
Well,
do what they want.
the reality is they don't actually do what they want. They do as they're told by their bosses.
Yeah, but their bosses do what they want. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but their bosses goes up the top of the pyramid. That part's no lie. That's all fact.
And then there's the corruption of those who do what they want, like the coyotes at the border patrol. You know what I'm saying?
So, but you got corruption all the way through. Dave's been here a long time, and Dave is quite awake to what's going on. And this gentleman here, I don't know too well. I mean, he's on point to know that there's definitely is corruption. But your government officials are nothing but they're just puppets, just like the president. He really is. President's sitting in a
Yeah,
position to actually change things, but if he attempts to change anything, he'll be your new John F. Kennedy.
yeah. Because a lot of we don't really. We don't know who all the people behind the scenes running the show, the puppet masters are. I mean, we do, but we don't. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the problem is you only get so high up on the pyramid, then the last couple squares at the top, that information is being withheld from the public. You have a
I
lot of
mean,
speculation to who they are, but you have nothing to back it. This is where I would say we need to follow the money. We are going to follow the Rothschilds are right just before the top. So I would say follow the Rothschilds, and eventually you're going to find out who's calling shots to them, and you'll eventually get to the top by doing that.
yeah, people like to demonize the Koch brothers and Soros, but they're acting openly. They're just openly making moves.
Well, Soros is just nothing but another agent, another employee of the establishment, as far as I'm concerned. He's got a specialty they employ him to do. So George Soros is the reason you will never have a war. George Soros is the reason that Mexicans are crossing the border, and it's not because they're escaping their country. The biggest line of crap ever is because they've been paid to come over here. What do you
Yeah, I
think?
mean, I guess the Koch brothers are a little bit more transparent. They just don't want you to fuck with their oil industry, so they just push laissez-faire capitalism with no regulations on the environment.
Well, yeah, but you got other technologies you could run the oil business right on out. There is no shortage of oil. There never has been a shortage of oil. What the shortage is people's willing to look into anything. That's where the real shortage is at. I mean, you're easy to be fooled. People are so easy to fool nowadays.
Oh yeah,
Just
my dad used to work in the oil industry like back in the 70s and 80s as middle management, and he would call different people like, oh, there's oil shortage, oh, there's oil shortage, and he calls one guy later and say, no, there's no oil shortage, I got you.
there's never been an oil shortage. It's all lies.
Yeah, it's basically all lies. It's basically just it's a game. They're
It
trying to
is.
make money.
That's all it
They're
is.
trying to make money off it.
Well, they are making money off of it. They're keeping it
Well, they are
freaking
making money off it,
monopolized.
but it's all they're trying to like jack up the oil prices and the gas prices to just to just plunder.
Well, that's what they've already been doing all along. Okay, that's really what they've been doing all along, anyhow. And they can get by with it because as long as it's monopolized, that's exactly what it's going to be. Okay, so is Dave still here with us?
Yeah, I'm still here, Bill.
There you are. Okay, you went quiet. I just want to see if you're still there.
Yeah.
And so, how's it been going with you, Dave?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, we're talking about the Koch brothers there. I think the Koch brothers definitely have they have a major hand in the transportation industry too. Especially the public transportation agency. And I know they're definite union busters, and they have a long history of doing stuff like that. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
well,
know things have been going all right for me though. I've been busy working, and it's pretty much it right now.
yep. Well, you see, Steve did get a couple of videos up, you know,
Yeah, I saw those.
and he does make a very valuable point that people need to understand. You can't assume for other people what they are, they are, anything. And there are a lot of
Well, I
guys.
think the
There are a lot of guys that does that.
well, I think it's kind of a joke and meme of the whole cuck thing. I'm saying, but yeah, otherwise, all seriousness aside, yeah, you can't assume.
Well, that guy was nothing but I mean, I knew it from the very beginning. The minute he opened his mouth, he was here to troll me. So I fed him a little bit, let him tell on himself. Then I took him out.
I'm talking about the meme in general, where you like want to insult somebody.
Yeah,
Say, oh,
well,
you're what, you call him a cuck and just basically said his wife is fucking around on him or her girlfriend's fucking around on him.
see that, but that's the type of stuff we talk about. Is females the nature, what they want to say the nature of a female isn't even nature. It's all programming. People are falling for so many lies. Oh, the nature of this is just hardwired. Oh, how about programmed? How about socially engineered? That would be the real truth. And a good example would be like with Mr. Toronto Man. He has a speech impediment. So he has issues when it comes to talking. That's not by no means his thought. And I can guarantee you that, yeah, his life would have been pretty much destroyed the minute he opened his mouth. Because people going to hear it, and what are they going to do? What does our evil society do? It puts guys like him down. And
Yeah,
you
you're
got,
definitely right about that.
so I really feel for him in that aspect, because it does. It puts guys like him down. And Dave's here. He don't got no speech impediment. Why is the reason Dave had to go so many years being alone and not freaking and pushed out? So can society give you a good answer for that? Well, they're going to say, well, he had hair loss. See, they picked out something that's meaningless. You
Mhm.
know, he didn't.
Height. The height, being average height. I'm probably like 5'8". With the hair loss, so pretty much all the women, right off the bat, they automatically kind of they just use that automatically against you. Those two things alone will get you pretty much, ousted by, at least 90% of the women out there.
You do. For the majority of them, you get ousted if you're too short. If you're considered not attractive, he's missing hair, so, oh, he's missing his hair. You know, it's anything, and for Toronto Man, oh well, yeah, he's got a
Mm,
speech impediment, so it's going to be used against him. Oh man, damn right, that's exactly what's happening to him. And
yeah.
for the Wild Bill 247, where's your mic? How come you haven't tried to call in? Why don't you want to be part? You're more worried about where Steve's at. How about anticipating and helping out?
Mm,
Yeah, some trolls just want backseat drive.
See, but you notice he goes silent when I say that to him. He ain't typing back. I said that a little while ago. And he waits and brings it up again.
yeah, Bill, I got a friend of mine at work. He's pretty close to the same age as me. He's got a speech impediment also, and he's at a I know he's had a rough time with with women all of his life.
Yeah.
He's still single and everything like that. And yeah, I can definitely, I definitely know what Toronto, Toronto man's going through.
Yeah. Well, this
It's,
is this is I feel for Toronto, man. I really do. Because but I'll tell you what, he's braver than most of a lot of you guys. So you can put him
mm,
down all you want, but you know what? He's come up here live with his speech impediment and talked. He's not afraid to come up here and open his mouth, which is, what can I say for you guys that don't have a speech impediment? Okay, or nobody that wants to anticipate. You know, the
mm,
problem is that enough of people are not speaking about this to begin with. Numbers speaking out. The more that speak out, the more attention you can grab. But when people are not wanting to speak out but want to complain about it or think that other people owe this to them, they don't. I care about people want what's right for us, but you also have to understand that we as a collective whole that are going through these problems need to grow up enough to understand that we have to take a stand, and that means you have to be willing to speak out. Because otherwise, why are you complaining? You can't really complain about what's going on if you're not willing to take a stand to even say something about it.
mm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like about these streams is that I can actually I guess project my voice onto give my opinion on a bigger platform than my itty bitty channel.
Well, that's just it. But see, you're still willing to get up and speak out.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I just reached 100 subs this week, so I guess I could celebrate all that. But
Dave's up here speaking out, and I'm glad Dave's here. You know, Steve Holcomb, myself have been speaking for a long time. Dave has done quite a bit of speaking recently. When we do got people up here that do, Timothy probably got run off by last week's show and the commenters. I would like to see Timothy still show back up just to prove these idiots are wrong. They
I'm
get
using
their
the mobile app, so I can't even
Mm.
see the chat. So I guess that's good.
they get their kicks out of running people off. Okay.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm blind to it, so I guess that's good. I mean, I guess if someone actually asks me and asks me a question, I guess you can let me know.
I ain't got nothing against him. I'm not up here to run up people off. I'm up here to try to get people to come forward and start speaking. Because, that's what really needs to happen. People want this stoners of this. They want me to come up here Saturday nights. It's no different than Steve Hoka. So many people complain that he stopped doing live podcasts. But then when he was doing live podcasts, so many people wouldn't even come on there and talk. You want him to hold your hand and walk you down the street, huh? You want him to be daddy, huh? But you got daddy issues? Now you say, well, what am I saying that for? I say, well, come on. Reality. How about a slap in the face with reality? How about you need to anticipate on the same stuff that we're talking about and not just hide behind your keyboard? How about not being a coward, man, and hiding? Because it's the reason, everything gets worse is because nobody wants to say anything.
Well, I think a lot of people just troll behind a
Mm.
keyboard out of boredom.
Well, yeah. Okay, but just, the example is what? We were on a Saturday night, right? We're
Obviously,
Saturday.
their life is not is so uneventful that they have to troll your stream on a Friday night, on a Saturday night.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're so successful, right?
Yeah, I guess successful living in their mom's basement.
Yeah, they're just still in their one bedroom apartment, all by themselves. Should we go on? What's embarrassing about talking about what's happening in your life? Because when it's happening to millions of people, why are you so afraid to talk about it? Shouldn't you be bad enough to want to
Mm.
talk about it? Shouldn't men be wanting enough to freaking correct it? No, you'd rather fight each other and think that everything's a sport, an arena, a game, right? It's a competition. And you want to
Well,
one
there's a
up
quote
somebody
that says,
else?
there's a quote that I heard that hurt people hurt people. That's kind of like a general truth, I guess.
You know? Well, I pass out my email up here and I give people the information how to come in, you know? But I want people who are seriously willing to talk about what's going on and not people who are going to do like our last guy. Because people love to put on the act and then they come in and do like he did. You know, now they may have thought they were funny doing it, but it's just what they did do is prove the mentality of people that they're still little children. See, there he goes. Well, why would we answer your question? You're not willing to answer anything. I said, why? I've asked you more than once now. Why ain't you anticipating on the show, Wild Bill? But the only thing he ever types when he does type is, where's my daddy? Where's my daddy? I need him to hold my hand. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm being sarcastic towards him. Yeah, I am. But that's all he's got to say.
Well, I guess there's a big demand for Steve tonight, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the issue. Okay,
Yeah, I know. I know.
that's the issue right there.
Eh, it's kind of like I used to go to AA groups. They talk about principles over personalities.
You
I guess
know.
that's what we need to focus on. The actual principles. Not who's on on the the chat.
Well,
On the stream.
that's just it. You know, he knows enough already what the topics are, what people are talking about. So it isn't that he's in here anticipating in the conversation or asking questions. Are here to join in. It's here because he's looking for one person and one person only. Well, I want his talking. Well, then go to his channel, watch his videos. Well, what do you mean he's not live? Well, that's just the fact of life. It's a good thing nobody was waiting on you to speak up.
I think Steve's been kind of a busy guy lately, though, with
Well,
all of
Steve has been working his tail off, Dave. He
Yeah.
really has. He's pulling long days. He's working his tail off. He's enjoying his job. I mean, he's
Yep.
enjoying what he's doing. He's working his tail off, and it's awesome. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, I enjoy Steve when Steve comes up here, okay? But nobody's pressuring nobody. Steve will show up when Steve wants to show up, not with somebody else. I come up here and I do
Right.
this show because I want people to have somewhere to go on Saturday nights and see if you can't get guys to start talking again, right? Now, come on,
Right.
we've had 3 shows that went over pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get one guy that comes in and says, "Where's Steve? Where's Steve? We can't go on without Steve."
Yeah.
You
But
know?
I think that's kind of like the thing is, people focus on this person and that channel and that channel. I mean, you know, we're all, we're all in this together. We're all out there. We all have our own voice, and all have our own unique perspective. And I think that I remember, Mike the Make Man says, "Hey, go watch the videos of these other channels. I'm busy." You know what I'm saying?
Well, Steve's no different than anybody else. He's busy and he gets to a point where he questions, is it really worth speaking out to some of these guys? When you're trying to help people and you send people who supposedly have your back are the ones throwing you under the bus behind your back because they're sitting there playing both ends. Well, that's not somebody that's taking anything seriously. That's somebody that's just here for game. It's just all fun and sports to them or whatever. I'm not going to climb inside your head, but you either back somebody and know what's going on, or you don't back them. You're not going to affect me one way or the other. But when you have so many men all saying the same thing, and they can't figure out that they need to come together and start working together, I mean, how common sense is that? If you couldn't figure out what was causing the flood in your house, would you call somebody who might be able to figure it out? Or would you just let it continuously flood your house?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'll troll those who are antipathetic to men and our and the struggles we go through. Myself. And but I mean, at the end of the day, you have to have men's backs.
Yeah. Well, that's my issue is, I take what I do serious because it is a very serious topic. You got freaking millions of men across this world that can't even get somewhere in their life. You have billions of kids that ain't even got both parents in their life. You have both genders at each other's throat on a regular basis. You have simps placing women up on a pedestal like they're some goddess. Okay? What you have is divide and conquer. Nobody ever looks into the real truth to find out why this is going on. They want to act like they don't care, but they want to keep complaining. But you can't keep complaining about something if you're not willing to look into ways to get rid of it. That would be like you complaining about somebody coming into your backyard every day and kicking in your door. But you're not willing to wait up for them at nighttime or try to catch them, right? Or try to put a stop to them. You just want to keep fixing replacing your door once a day, right? Because you know tomorrow morning when you get up, you're going to have to go to the freaking lumber yard and buy a new door down at McNard's or Home Depot and bring home another door because they keep kicking in your door every night. But you're not going to do anything about it, right? I mean, seriously, guys. As bad as the division is, the way men are treated in society is in your face. Men are nothing but disposable, useless garbage. All you got to do is look around you. That is how men are treated. They're treated like
Yeah.
garbage based on their gender.
Yeah. Just like I was talking about earlier, Bill, about that Dallas cop there, how she was treated by the media. I mean, she was just even the victim's brother gave her. Did you see that when he gave her a hug? You know, after her verdict was read and everything, and they sentenced her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the judge gives her a Bible and I mean the whole thing was just the whole thing was just nauseating.
That whole cringe.
But yeah, it's just it's just another example of how how they just put her on a pedestal.
You know.
But like you said, if that was like me or you, Bill, we probably would be looking at life. We would have got life in prison for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of people are making it a race issue. I don't really think it's a race issue. I think it's a gender issue.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's
It
definitely
is.
female privilege when it comes to criminal. We're really all court systems. I mean,
Well,
family and criminal.
that stands out. It isn't that women don't get in trouble, but the majority of the time, they're going to get a slap in the hand.
I mean,
Okay? They're going to,
like the criminal court, they get slapped on the hand. In family court, they get the red carpet treatment.
and it just
Right.
goes on and on. And I'm looking over here and Wild Bill's probably looking to get booted out of here. Steve blocked him himself. Yeah, that's what happened with Wild Bill 247. Steve actually saw him on somebody else's channel throwing him under the bus. And when Steve saw him do that, Steve removed him, blocked him from his channel. And he's over here and he's about to, but you see what he typed. Okay. True that we're all disposable to you and Steve, Bill. Okay. See, because I said what I said, he's getting mad now.
Well, I mean, if someone blocks you and
Oh.
you're out there, chasing them around, I mean, I think that's kind of stalking.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm watching what
Well,
you.
not legally, but I guess
Yeah.
in principle it is.
I don't know about that when it comes to Wild Bill. I'm not going to get involved. I'm going to tell you what Steve told me, and I'm going to tell you this: Steve, don't lie to me. He has no reason to lie to me. You just come up here and said that everybody's disposable to me. That I literally dispose of everybody just like that. No, if I got somebody comes on at the beginning of my show, smirking and laughing and calling himself cock, and then pulls PUA out of the hat as the solution, of course I'd throw him off. Means it's all games and fun to him. He's not taking anything serious. That's not a misunderstanding. That was deliberately done. So he's deliberately gone. That's how that works. That's how he made his introduction. Then he done what he done to himself. And Wild Bill's no different. If he starts saying things he shouldn't say, he's just purposely here to make trouble, and he gets himself thrown out, he can blame us all he wants. But it'd be his own mouth that done it. Because we're taking, well, this is a serious topic. All we want is respect. And for people to take it seriously. When you can't give that, then you get what you give. It's as simple as that. And I think Dave understands that pretty well, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah, sure do, Bill.
So I mean, but just looking into the chat and seeing what's being said, no. You come up here calling yourself cock and you come in here playing them games. Maybe he should have thought about what he's doing before he did it, huh?
Is there a full moon tonight, Bill, or something?
I don't know. There might be. And then you got Wild Bill over here, But I clearly see what he said, that, yeah, we just throw people off the show to throw them off. Well, so far he's staring here not throwing off. But if you're so obsessed with Steve Hoka, he'd be have more respect for you if you're willing to open your mouth and speak out. Not just because you're chasing him all over the place. Now, is it possible that somebody else could have mimicked this guy's name and through Stan was saying, making himself look like that guy? Yeah, true. But until I see difference, because the point is, a lot of people up here will come in and listen to our live streams, listen to our videos, and they will talk the talk in our chat, and they'll go to somebody else's thing, and they'll talk the talk and run their mouth and throw the very person they bragged up under the bus to somebody else. And if you're doing that to one person, you're doing it to somebody else. Well, so you're almost getting ready for retirement there, ain't you, Dave?
Yeah, just about another 6 more weeks. Is it just me and you in the chat? Is the other fellow still in here
I'm
with
still
us?
here.
There you go.
Oh, okay, all right. What's your name, by the way?
Punisher Mayhem's name in my channel. Blake
Oh,
is
okay.
what everybody is my name.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, nice to meet you. I don't think I've talked to you in the past, but yeah, nice to meet you. No, I'm getting ready to. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Bill, I'm just I'm getting ready to about another 6 more weeks and I'll be done. So yeah, getting pretty excited about it.
Yeah, that's coming up then, not too long.
Right.
You'd probably
Kind of hard to believe.
be happy at first.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be kind of be a big relief. I think it's hopefully I don't get bored. That's what just kind of worried about that a little bit. But if I do, or maybe I'll just pick up some, try to find something to do with myself, and a little part-time job down the road. But I definitely want to get a little traveling done and take care of a couple of things on my bucket list. Maybe get out to I don't know, trip out to Yosemite National Park or something. I think I've always kind of wanted to do that. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I was just looking.
Yeah, I guess there's a bucket list there. I guess those are always good to kind of like try to check off. You can.
Right.
Well,
But Steve
can.
Yeah, but Steve gave me some. Last time I talked to Steve on the on this, he gave me some pretty good ideas about Ohio. Because I'm thinking of moving, and I've been kind of looking into different parts of Ohio, but I got some pretty good information. because of him. And but yeah, that's something else I've been kind of thinking of too.
Well, Steve's a good man. I like Steve. His
Yeah.
intentions are well. I mean, and Steve and I do talk off and on. He's very busy. I mean, I envy him in ways because I wish I could get out and do what I used to do. I really do.
Mm,
I go nuts sometimes being around here doing nothing.
yeah. How are you? Are you still with your wife, Bill, or is that?
Yeah, for now.
Mm, I was just kind of wondering how that was going.
Well, I'm sure it will be going. I got a lot going on at the same time, and then
Yeah.
of course I'm dishing around with my ex. Okay,
Yeah. Right.
for my son's purpose. Okay, because of my health. So other than that, no. I get bored doing this, and I got a lot on my table at the same time.
Right. Yeah. No. How's your? Did your son find work out here?
Oh yeah,
I mean, where you are
oh yeah,
in Iowa?
yep, yeah. He's working.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good to hear.
Mhm.
So that part's good. And I didn't see there would be too much problem because most time, yeah, that's the way it is. Person wants to work, they'll find something. And my son, he's a worker to begin with, but it was to his best interest to be down here. So, but
Mm.
so, what do you think the future is going to be there, Dave, for us?
Um, Geez, I wish I had some positive views about it, but it just right now it's just not looking too promising.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It's not looking very promising for a lot of people.
Yeah, the older, especially guys my age, and I'm not getting any younger here, and I'm just kind of looking to basically a life of probably being alone, probably being by myself for the rest of my life. But then again, I don't know, maybe it's a good thing.
Unfortunately, I think in
You know,
today's society, because I was even telling my brother, I find this funny, but I'm going to run this across to you, Dave, because I got my own philosophy on this. And so with my ex, even, okay, I made contact with her a few months ago for the fact that I felt, because in my heart, I felt she should have one last chance to mend things with her son before I pass away. And if she can't do that, then it's for life because he ain't going to ever have anything to do with her. Or you know what I'm saying?
mm,
But when I'm
yeah,
gone,
right,
he's literally going to have really no family. So his mother would be the only family that he'd have. So
right,
I reached out and made contact with her again. Okay. And so, it's one of them situations and I've been slowly working that out and getting to a point where Jason's going to try to break the ice with her. But meantime, we had personal talks along the way. So we did have a lot of years together, right? And
right.
so she'll make this statement. She's made this in the past, okay? Oh, that there will always be a spot in her heart for me, right? Though, however, she don't feel the same no more, right? And of course, I think
Hmm.
about that, and I think about it like this: when two people got together that didn't even, they were really good friends and liked each other, they didn't love each other. The love came from being with each other, doing things, and building that foundation. Okay. So then when
Right.
something happens, if they said there'd always be a spot in their heart, but they don't feel the same. So I broke that down to what it really stands for. What it really stands for is there'll always be a spot in my heart stands for I'll always remember you. And then when they say, but I don't feel the same, what they're really saying is, fuck you. I don't want anything to do with you, blah, blah, blah. Do you follow where I'm
Mm,
going here?
yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the past relationships that did stick with me, as the thing that lasted, for a while was the sex. I mean, like outside of sex, there was just really no real bond. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's because that's what society's been geared towards. That's the programming. That's social engineering. Because to find real love, first off, there could never be a friend zone. But there is a friend zone, isn't there? Girls, a friend zone you, right? Well, yeah, there's a friend zone because social engineering has got both genders' brains warped. Okay? You have to be able to be friends. Okay? No lie, that's fact. A girl and a guy has to be able to be friends. Then it
Yeah, 'cause
moves
I
to
mean,
best
Mm,
friends, and it's through this. It's just like if you get together. The building blocks of the relationship is going to depend on what happens once you're together.
right. And that's how it was done in the old days. That's why marriages lasted, as long as they did years ago. People
And
were, pretty much together their whole lives, and
yep,
and up until back 40, 50 years ago, 60 years ago and beyond, the divorce rate in this country was under 5%. Now it's been like around, fluctuates between like 60, 65% now.
yeah, 'cause I mean,
That's
I kind of just notice what I can attract, and it's never misses right.
yeah. I'm looking at what Wolf Martin wrote, and he says, "Bill, the attack on men is real. I try to rent a place on Craigslist. All of the people that are renting out, excuse me, here say no men allowed, female only. That's for both men and women that rent out. Okay, well, I believe that because the male hatred in our society is so bad. People are actually so programmed to hating men, they hate on men and don't even know they are.
hmm
Because it's been going on for so long. That's why Steve Hoka's statement is so true. The women love women, men love women hate men, and men hate men.
right. And that is so spot on.
It is. It couldn't be more spot on if you tried. Okay, that is the reality. So of course it's that way.
Yeah, because it seems like if woman's like entering my orbit, she's like bad news. I mean, it's just like it seems like what if I do attract a woman, here and there. I mean, I got this obsessive lady orbiting my channel, and I mean, if you look at her channel, Vegan Dolls, that's the kind of woman you just do not take home to mama.
Yeah, well, the thing is as Dave just said, he's correct. Real love does exist, but real love only comes through getting along, becoming friends, becoming best friends, and building that relationship. Okay? This is when real love happens and it lasts a lifetime if you respect each other, blah, 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 as you keep your friendship and your bond. I mean, that love will last a lifetime, but that's not what nobody does anymore. You hear it. Sex has replaced love in so many ways. Everything's materialistic, and so everything's screwed up. Okay, totally screwed up. It's the foundation of relationships is like the foundation of a house. Let's build your next house on a pile of quicksand and wonder where it went in the morning. Or on the side of a mountain. and wonder why it fell to the bottom, huh? This is literally is what's going on in our society. You point this stuff out to people, and for me, it's like trying to get these people up off their duff enough to understand that, men, you got to stop hating on each other. You got we got hundreds and hundreds of thousands of men, okay, millions of men across the world, right? And you got all these thousands of men on YouTube alone, just on YouTube alone, okay, running MGTOW channels, listening to MGTOW, talking about this, talking about that, Forever Alone, TFL, okay. You have an industry out there called PUA, pickup artist industry, which is a direct thing of a problem reaction solution, just like the men's right activism movement, you know. And I guess Karen Stroud is trying to go back on what she said about a significant number of men. She's trying to retract that now. So I guess I caused some heat throwing that all over the place on him, but she deserved it. I know she can't distract it now because she already said it. And when she said it, she meant it. You could tell it.
Oh yeah.
So you can't go back on something you said and you meant. You meant it when you said it, and the only reason you're trying to go back on it is because you stuck your foot in your mouth and told the truth about yourself.
Yeah. She's not even there to, not even there to help the men's rights movement to begin with. That's the thing.
Yeah. No, she's not there. That's sort of like, what did Karen Stroud, Girls' Rights What, the leader of MRA, and Forever Alone Monday have in common? Neither party are there to help anybody.
Yeah, just to keep it going. That's all. They just want to keep the problem, manifesting itself.
Keep the problem going because they're being paid to keep it going.
Well, it's
That's
kind
what
of
their
like
job is.
it's kind of like with Rose Blades, a nuclear thought, or Serena, or wherever she calls herself now. She'll defend men at one point, but then she'll start shit and just troll these MGTOW content creators and fuck with them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but the reality is this is where we're going. See, so when you can have a freaking men's rights leader who's a female who's not here to help you. Oh yeah, but she's the leader of your movement. What movement? The movement of what? Suicidal idiots? She's here to help push me off the cliff, man. Yeah, that's really what that's like. Okay? It's insanity. Then you got Forever Alone Monday and Turd Flinging Monkey. Their jobs are to tell you that it's your own fault, guys. Yep. And then you got PUA that says, yeah, it's your fault, man. If you just act like a peacock, they give you
Yeah, and
all
there's
this
like
crap.
yeah, PUAs and dating coaches are just cringe, and it seems like one dating coach that's been that have been giving me problems is Eli, and he doesn't even have any dating coaching on his channel. He just has the title and he just trolls people.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, you got people out here that are just, I mean, ego is one of the biggest problems we have. And even Steve Tolkien talks about that, and he's so correct. People's ego. When you look on YouTube, you got a lot of people that are just egomaniacs. They're all over MGTOW. They're all over the internet. They're all over, speaking about NWO. They're literally all over the internet. So you got the egomaniacs. You got people up here for all the wrong reasons. They're up here for their own little personal fame. It isn't that they actually care about anybody. Okay? And I've always been up here for one reason only. Because I actually care about people and I want what's going on in society stopped. I want people to see what's going on, understand what's going on, and I want to see things turned around. I want to see people start caring about people. And of course that's the opposite of what people want, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. I mean, I'd like to see that happen myself.
And that's exactly where I come from, and that's why I do what I do, and that's why maybe okay, I seem like I was pretty quick to kick. Yeah, excuse me, I got this damn cold. But anyhow, then they say, well, I was awful quick to kicking somebody out of my show tonight. No, because they entered my show calling themselves cock, and then they talked about the cure for all of this was PUA. They might as well be standing there holding Rockefeller's hand, holding the elite's hand going up the pyramid, and it was all fun and games to them. And then they actually thought that I wouldn't remove them from the show. I mean, to me, first off, they'd have to be pretty stupid to think I wouldn't remove them. Because there's an awful lot of men out here would become offended by that to begin with. Because it is quite serious. They didn't ask to be alone their whole life. They didn't ask to constantly be rejected. And a lot of these guys actually put a lot of money out in PUA crap to find out it was just what it was, crap. PUA came from CIA, problem, reaction, solution. Yeah, the dating scene, this has all been deliberately done. I think it's an accident that Chelsea Clinton's on the board of directors for freaking, what you call it,
The Tinder.
Tender, yes. And they think that's just an accident, huh? No, it's not an accident. That's why I tell
Those
people.
dating apps are just cringe. I mean, like, I
What?
mean, I get rejected by a 300-pound single mom with 3 kids. I'm just like, okay, I'm done.
Well, this
Yeah.
guy don't got to be in here. I'm a very arrogant man who is very unresponsible. Now, see, that's coming from somebody that don't even know me. So how would they know that statement? Let's just call them out on that. How do you know that? You see how they went quiet? They wrote some crap like that, like as if they know.
Well, trolls will just make any kind of accusation to see what sticks. They're just trying to trigger you, man.
Oh yeah. But it wasn't about triggering, it was about calling them out. How do they know
Yeah.
that? Where did you get your information? Because the next thing they're gonna say is something they have to pull out their anal, which tells on them.
Hey, Bill, what do you think Chelsea Clinton actually does for Tinder? Do you think she actually even works, or do you think she just gets paid a lot of money just to have her name linked to that company?
I think she's just getting paid a lot of money fucking for her name being part of the company.
Yep. There you go. She's
There's probably so much
yeah.
money in her family, she probably doesn't have to ever work.
Yeah. Well, she got out of college and she immediately got a $900,000 a year job. Doing basically doing nothing. All these so-called jobs they've never really even been jobs. It's just to have her name connected to some corporation or or some tech company or whatever.
It must be nice to have a name, like that, huh?
Oh yeah, that would be that'd be pretty nice. Unfortunately, I'm just kind of an ordinary average, working stiff here. It has to.
I guess Bush twins, I
put
guess
it-
they're more like transparent about, partying on daddy's money, you know what I'm saying? Granddaddy's money.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, the thing is people don't understand it. Yeah, how many people have you heard to swipe, 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 and got nobody in return? Don't you hear that all the time?
Yeah.
And ain't that the same thing that
Mm,
everybody's already experienced on dating sites? That they write, woman after woman after woman, no reply, no reply, no reply, no reply, no reply.
yeah. I tried that for, I don't know, for maybe 6 months with Match.com, and yeah, there was yeah, absolutely nothing. And yeah, I know this. I know so many other guys. Same thing.
Yeah.
With a
Yeah,
yeah,
that's. I mean, online dating is just the shits for men. I mean, it really is.
yeah, I'm kind of on a couple apps that are kind of like on the fringe, but I mean, those people are kind of like wanting something I really don't want. I mean, like, I guess if I was in a different state, I could charge them for what they're asking me for, but you don't want to know. It's TMI.
Mm.
That makes sense.
I mean, trans women. I mean, yeah, it's totally different ball game.
Well, unfortunately, as much as I would love to change things, men and the men that are out here have to also want to change it themselves. And then they have to understand if they actually really want to change, then they have to get involved with the guys that are speaking out and be willing to speak out themselves.
Mm.
Because the biggest crux we have is, the reason we got into shape we're in is because nobody ever done nothing about anything to begin with.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, Bill. We need definitely a lot more participation. And a lot more guys coming out and talking about this thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
And that's really where it comes from. And that's one of the reasons I put this together for Saturday night, is because it gives that spot where you can go. I want to see people get involved. I'd rather see
Mhm.
people call up, be here in the show, and go back and forth, with their opinions and talking and bringing up different points or different things we could do, you know, whatever. Understand where the root cause is, because the more people are pointing out what the root cause is, the more people's going to start seeing the root cause. So men
Mm.
stop blaming themselves. So people like Turd Flinging Monkey and Forever Alone, their message just goes right down the toilet. Because, when your message is to tell men it's their own fault, when it's so much is in your face how it's not. So that means it's, your own fault, Dave, that we had 30 years of male bashing on TV. But what did Dave have to
Mm.
do with the television set? Nothing. What did he have to do with the production of all the male bashing? Nada, not a thing.
Right.
I mean, I guess if you want to cast blame, I guess it's weaker generations that then that stood for all the wrong things that created this program.
It is.
I mean, people want to give the millennials and the Gen Xers and the Zoomers all this crap. The baby boomers kind of like created a lot of social engineering that we have now.
Well, it's been going on even longer than the baby boomers. And when
The
you
boomers
look,
were the ones that kind of like accelerated it, though.
well,
Like,
yeah, but they did it under programming like everybody else.
yeah, I guess that's true. I guess going back to if you go back to FDR, how he kind of like he appointed a guy to the UN who was a communist, and he gave half the world to Russia.
Well, that's just it. See, you can go back a long ways with this. This has all been social engineering. It's been in baby steps. And what you've seen with the
Mm.
sexual revolution is it did the opposite of what people thought it was here for.
I guess because when you look at I guess the progressive movement, the 20th century progressives, it was just basically piece by piece, and it just evolved.
Well,
Yeah.
that's really
I,
what it is, and it's come down. This has been going on for one hell of a long time, and the baby
I guess
boomers were just more victims of social engineering.
I
yeah.
guess you look at Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson. I guess they were kind of like the pioneers of this country's downfall. I guess.
Yes. Well, this country is going down. There's no way this country is going to survive. Nobody wants to stand together. Everybody's too comfortable with their football, their beer, and their division.
Yeah, we'll probably fall into like some
Mm.
kind of a mediocre third world crap banana republic like Mexico or some shit eventually.
Well, the plans for population reduction are right in people's face. You live in a society that's based on eugenics, okay, killing, coding the people till they get the numbers where they want it, reducing population. You know, that's why I
Mm.
said to you that the dating arena is the core of NWO,
Mm.
just like an
Yeah, I guess.
apple
Controlling.
has a core.
I
Yeah.
guess it seemed like the you know other than I guess those who are the alpha chads, you have these Simpson cucks. They're out there getting in relationships and dating and procreating, but they're creating weak men and and unstable women. I guess that's what they want.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're doing a hell of a job of controlling how the genders interact with each other. And yeah, that's a big part of their eugenics. One of the major key components of their eugenics operation.
It is.
You know.
You know,
Well.
the people get through their head to understand that the core of NWO, okay, the core is the dating arena. It's directly linked right back to, if you connect the dots, as David Icke would say. If you start connecting the dots, it goes right back to the Georgia Guidestones. It goes back to keeping the population, reducing the number to this number, and then keeping it from rising above that ever again. Well, how could you keep it from
Mm.
rising above that ever again? Well, you'd have to control the mating of human beings, wouldn't you?
Yep. Mm.
And if you're going to control the mating of human beings, well, wow, isn't that the dating arena? It sure is, isn't it? Huh? Yeah. Sort of right in their face, huh? Well, Jeff's got a question. Do we remember the time when women valued men in our lifetime? A time that women valued men. I don't remember one in my lifetime.
Yeah. Certainly not in mine.
I don't remember one of mine.
Yeah. I mean, back even when I was younger, back in high school, very few women valued. I mean, what I should say is that the girls in where I went when I went to high school, they valued very few men, I should say. You know, and majority of the men were just kind of discarded to the side. Um,
Yeah. Okay.
mm,
Let me see. Well, I think he does, so I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I guess the social engineering is kind of like I guess predates a lot of stuff. I mean, but I guess there's always been social engineering one way or the other. I mean, when you look at when you look at religion.
Well,
Mm.
Yeah, but social engineering's been around for a long time, and it's been in baby steps. And until a person actually starts looking and paying attention, they may not notice it. Okay, but I want to say hi to Mr. Hoka and ask him how he's doing.
Hey, Bill, how you doing?
I'm doing good, and how are you, Steve?
Okay, just want to say, drop in to say hello.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Mm.
Oh, not too bad.
So you busy man, huh?
All the time. I was just visiting my mother, and I was just but so anyways, who do you got in the chat today?
I got our MGTOW man that was here last week, and we have Dave, and now we have you. I haven't heard from Warren yet.
Punisher Mayhem.
Yep.
Yeah, he was out here with us last week for a short.
Okay.
Hello.
How you doing, Punisher?
I'm doing okay. Feeling like a villain.
Yeah, hey, by the way, I saw the reviews for that Joker movie. You know what it is? It's ridiculous. When you really look at what they're doing, and the critics have already said they're just changing the Joker's profile to fit modern times. Is all. The Joker's really not a TFL guy. He's just a guy that's pissed off because he was raised by a single mother and abusive father. They keep changing the narrative of the Joker. It's crazy.
That's
Oh, is this?
marketing.
Oh, are they taking shots at incel with this movie, Steve?
I
Is that what
don't
this is
know if they
about?
even have. I tell you what, I watched a video. It was uh, what's his name? Who's that guy that Vention MGTOW did a review on it, and he, from the way it sounded, like apparently he's retired now, and he went out to see the movie, and he didn't think it was that great. I don't think it's his MGTOW. I think it's a big bunch of hype to get people to see.
Mm.
Oh wow, I just saw something in Discord
Mm.
that just makes you laugh. Sorry. Notifications.
Oh
Uh,
well. So well, the movies have been, but we have a war against men, but I don't think everything's 100%. But I don't know. I didn't watch the review on the Joker, but if what Steve says is what it really was, you know, then I wouldn't know what to say about that because that kind of stuff happens in life all the time.
You know what they're doing? I always talk about the
Mm.
zeitgeist of the day. They're just changing the narrative so that it fits whatever, like the guy that's been a common trend in Hollywood today. Bill, I've known if you've followed this. I haven't watched Netflix in a while, but there was a couple TV shows that dealt with the subject of a relative comes back into town to get even with the people that did him wrong, and that seems to be a common theme with Hollywood now. That like they always pick this angry character, and whether or not it's to shame them, I don't know, but it seems like that's what they're doing with the Joker.
Mm.
Yeah, we got a person say was hoping an incel would
well,
have.
yeah, but I mean, if you look at the Joker in the comics, I mean, he had Harley, so he ain't no incel.
Well, you don't want to. They totally misunderstand what's going on anyhow. I mean, when you're talking about you want an incel who would shoot up the theater with the Joker,
Yeah,
well, why would you want anybody shooting up a theater full of people? And if you're going to
because
use an incel to do that, well, do you realize that they're calling TFL guys incel?
they're probably trying to instigate it.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing was all hype to try to instigate it is what they're really doing. Because in reality, the Joker movie isn't about a guy that's living incel that's screwed up. I think it's just about a guy that's, they're changing the narrative of the Joker character, and somebody's getting heads up on it by saying this could lead to violence. They're trying to incite violence by saying it could lead to violence. So it sounds like it's a psyop to me.
Yeah.
I like how they assume that every mass murderer ain't getting pussy. I mean, I'm sure some of them are slang. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, I
Well,
mean, like the incel, every mass shooter you see incel. I mean, some of them probably are getting women. I mean,
Oh, I would say so too. And a lot of them are in bad relationships. Maybe they're married to somebody that they're angry at, or maybe they felt the
Mhm.
Green River Killer, for example,
was married.
he was
Yeah.
able to attract women, and yet he
Uh,
felt, he felt like he wasn't getting what he wanted. It was just kind of crazy. It's they're but I feel like they're trying to insult incite incels, which honest to God, I don't think it's working, because I don't think these incels are violent people. Most of them are just
No.
lonely people that are just living
No,
alone.
exactly,
Yeah.
Steve. I mean, 99.99% of men that do harm to women, it's domestic violence. I mean, these are guys that are in relationships
Yeah,
to begin with.
I would say that, yeah, most of your violence is probably within the context of a relationship.
Keep
So
me going a couple minutes, guys, and I'll be right back with you. Go ahead and carry
Yeah,
on.
it's kind of like how they say you're most likely to get murdered by the one you love. I mean, that's kind of like, you know,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
men and women.
every other day, I was just going to say, every other day I'm reading a story on, seeing a story on the news of some guy kills his wife, his kids, that sets the house on fire, kills himself,
Oh, there's
you know.
oh, there's a channel that like specializes in this RPM. The hockey match time.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, so Steve, I took your advice. I was kind of looking at some information on Ohio, on real estate, and but
Yeah,
yeah, it looks
Northeast Ohio is a nice area.
yeah, it looks pretty appealing. I just noticed that the closer to the major cities like Cleveland, it seems like the higher the property taxes go. But yeah, it looks pretty good. Probably like more rural Ohio. Yeah. Now, are you did you say you were thinking of moving yourself?
Not at this time, no. I got too many irons in the furnace right now. I have a house that I'd have to sell. I have a mother that lives in the area, so I don't want to be within an
Right.
hour. If I moved out of this area, I would stay within an hour or so to visit my mom. I can't just, what am I going to do? Just
Hello?
I don't know.
Think we-
So anyways,
Yeah. No, yeah, I hope how's your mother doing? Is she doing all right? Is she, well, I know she's in the nursing home, and
yeah,
just hope she,
my mom's doing fine. She's one of these days I'll talk to you about. Yeah, things are going good. I'm just taking care of things. I'm doing what, I mean, I would want somebody to take care of me if I was,
yeah,
sick or something.
right,
I try to do unto others as you'd have others do unto you. If I have
Yeah.
somebody,
right, yeah,
yeah.
I'll tell you what the thing is, man, and I just got off work. I'll tell you this, man. Every now and then, you think you get a girl who might be interested in you because she's being nice to you. She's giving you potential signs that she might be interested in you. And then you go follow up on that. If you do ask her out, last time she said, well, I'm hanging out with Chad later on tonight and having a beer.
Yeah, but Warren, you seem to be obsessed with this Chad thing, except this Chad is everywhere. I'm not meeting these Chads. I don't know where you're seeing these Chads.
Yeah, I mean, well,
I think
whatever.
there's probably more shades of gray when it comes to the Chad meme and all that stuff. I mean,
I think Chad is overrated. I think that something before
Well,
he
what
took.
I can tell you this, if you want to call it chat or whatever you want to call it, women know within a few minutes of time, most of the time, they know automatically whether you consider sexually desirable or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that.
And the rules are different. See, if you're considered a high status person who's quote worthy of having a companion, you can go through a dry spell for a couple of weeks, right? And they'll actually sympathize with you. And they'll actually help hook you up with somebody. Right, for going for a couple months or a couple weeks. But if you're one of us and they know that you're a quote loser guy and you're supposed to be alone for life, then they ain't gonna do shit to help you.
Well, I'm just curious.
I mean, I live in the hood. I mean, the ghetto, and I mean, it seems like it's not the guys that like look the best to get female attention. It's the most ignorant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The guys who are
I'm
like
kind of
willing to like pull a gun at on somebody and take their money. That's the guy that the women go for. He can be fat, ugly, whatever. Just the
look.
most ignorant.
Here's where I'm at. There's got to be something you can wrap it around. Some kind of something that all of us guys, there's one thing or there's a collection of things, something that we're all missing out on. And yeah, I have seen ugly guys, usually like bad boy thugs and shit, who still have a good frame, who still have a big, tall, and built frame, but they have an ugly face. And I've seen some of these guys do all right with women. But I mean,
I guess what I'm saying, Warren,
I've seen thug bad boys that can be fat and still get women, bro. I mean, but
Yeah, but let Steve talk, guys. Steve was in here.
Warren, let me throw my 2 cents in. I'm going to assume you claim that you have all these social contacts. Do you really interact with a lot of people? I mean, I'm going to ask you honestly, do you interact with a big social group that you can make these statements? Because you're making these statements about Chad, and high status Chad. I worked in a pizza place part-time. Nobody was Chad there, and everybody had a girlfriend or a wife. Okay. I saw
again, Steve, regardless of what you want to call it, there's something that they can pick up on right away. I mean, and what I'm noticing,
that doesn't justify the classification of Chad. Okay, you keep saying every guy with a girl is with a Chad. I mean, do you know how ridiculous that sounds? There's fat schlubby.
Well, no, I'm not saying that every guy. There's a sexual middle class of guys who aren't incel or TFL, but they're not the top 20% either. What we know is 80% of women are going for a top 20% of men. Now, well, that's based on
that is so like 10 years old. I mean, that's not happening.
If it's not looked money and status, then what else is it? What else is there that so many guys are lacking in common?
Okay,
there's
2 things. Okay, let me finish. There's 2 things happening. Number one, okay, this is a big one. And this is the biggest one there, okay, is that you are not connected in a social group, okay? You're just not connected. Now, it's not.
And I have been in the past. I mean, and even now, it's not like I don't have social contact. I mean, I go to work, I'm around people, bro. I go in my neighborhood, I'm around people. I mean, I go to buy my weed, I'm around people.
But work is not really justified. Okay, I know people will say, I met my wife at work, I met my husband at work. I know we hear these stories all the time. But work is really not being social. It does not classify, because if that's the case, there's 2 different types of lives we have. We have 2 unique lives. We have our personal life. Okay, we have our outside the workplace where we have opinions on everything, and then we have our structured corporate type of work job situation. If you don't have both of those, or at least the social end of it, you're not going places, because just because you go to work every day doesn't constitute you being social. That's not the same thing. That's just you going to a job and interacting with people that you have to, because you have to make money.
Yeah, because I mean, I like to say here, I think that, a lot of times you are what you attract. I mean,
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I had a social group all of my teens and my 20s, and I was always the jester of the fucking group. I was always the guy on the fringe of the fucking group, and it never got me any women.
I just think it's hard to find women that are interested anymore. That's becoming a really big problem.
Let me ask you this then.
And then the other thing I forgot to mention is the most obvious one is the social engineering, because the social engineering has really created a whole legion of modern day people, women and men included, that are egotistical. And
so let me ask you this then.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me ask you this then, Steve. What do all of us guys who are living TFL and so, what do we all have in common? What do we all lacking then? I mean, there's got to be something that we're lacking.
Okay, I can tell you a couple things. Okay, if you come across as neuroatypical, now this is something I wish Hula Traviato talked about this on a number of occasions, and the guy just flakes out and deletes everything, and then he comes back a month or 2 later. He's talked about this. The definition of Chad is any guy that a woman at the time finds attractive. Because if the times change, for example, and having tattoos and being a scrawny wimp is attractive, that's Chad. The idea that there's this stallion of a guy out there with muscles that's hogging all the women is a myth. Okay, I haven't seen him. Where is he living? I don't see this guy. You claim you see him every day. It's like Goldstein in the movie 1984. Everybody he's claiming.
I'll say this. I don't think that all women are necessarily going for men who are 6 feet tall or over, but the reason why is because we're still in a serial monogamous stage right now, and because of that, you know, they can't all share. There's only a small percentage of men who are 6 feet tall or over, and they can't all share that guy. But you know, you'll hear women very vocal about their preference for a guy who's 6 feet tall. Very vocal. I've heard that countless times around me. I mean,
I don't hear it. But then you're telling me, despite all this luck you're having or bad luck you're having, you manage to talk to women that say this. I don't hear women saying this all the time. I don't hear women.
I do. I hear it all the time, man. I hear them all the time talking about you shitting all over short guys.
Where you actually socialize with these women that you hear them out in public saying, "I won't date this guy if he's not over this." I don't hear now that.
I actually hear him say that shit. Yeah, I do. I hear him say that shit.
Now, I actually do see screenshots a lot from dating profiles of women saying must be 6 feet, must be 6'2".
Yeah, but that's a screenshot of a very small minority of women that are on the online personals. Here, I did a video the other day. It got messed up, so I had to delete it. It basically said that, in my honest opinion, I think that women who are on online personals only represent probably 5% of the single women out there. It's not 78% of women out there.
Yeah, well, I couldn't say, but I will say this, Steve. When they're talking about women, okay, that won't date a short guy is what they're talking about, right?
Right.
Okay, now I've run into this myself, and at my brother who's divorced now, but at that wedding, she did all the arrangements of everything, and she had me walking down the aisle with this girl named Tyann, okay? And when we got up to the stage thing, she went to one side, I went to the other side, right? And when she set the arrangements, the first thing out of Tyann's mouth right in front of me was, "I can't walk down the aisle with him." And his ex now, she says, "Why's that?" She says, "He's too short. I'm not going to be seen with a guy his size."
Right. Okay, Bill, I don't like to assume that all women, because we're constantly, when you're in an amusement park, and it's a good indication of different diverse people at an amusement park, we see short guys all the time with women. Okay.
Yes,
we
this
can't
is
assume
correct.
that this is happening.
Again, but I won't deny that, Steve. I was saying, like, right now, women are selling for guys under 6 foot tall because they're still in a serial monogamous stage. Only a very small percentage of men are 6 feet tall or over. It's kind of like it's kind of like using an analogy, right? A lot of guys will say they prefer a woman with big boobs, but that's not a deal breaker. I mean, you know, they'll sell for a woman who don't have big boobs. I mean, it's kind of like.
I mean, women who are like very short will date a short guy, and I've also noticed a lot of Hispanic women and Asian women, they'll actually date a guy shorter than them because their men are, typically short.
By the way, you know what also propelled me to make that video about quit assuming for other people, because I have assumed 10 different or 100 different times if I look at a guy whether or not he's got a girlfriend or not. And guess what? The guy's got a girlfriend. Okay. Yeah, you cannot, until you know the exact reason for something, you cannot assume anything, because we don't know. Like, Warren, when you see a girl and she looks like an uppity, a bitch, you can't assume you know what she's thinking and what's going on in her brain. You don't know that. You're only making a irrational assumption any more than they know what you're thinking. For example, I don't think when women see you, Warren, they think, "Oh, you're a bitter, angry person at the world." They don't know anything about you. They might think you're the nicest guy in the world for all they know. I mean, it could be, it's kind of like people make these assumptions on things they know nothing about. I mean, I don't know why the dating scene, I can't qualify exactly what is happening to guys that are living incel. I really don't know the answer. I
don't get as much as I did when I was younger, but when I was in my teens and my 20s, man, you could cut the tension with a knife. Women would shoot you these evil stares, like almost like you're subhuman for no reason. I mean, like they're just like these evil, hateful stares. You get out. I got out all through high school. I got out through my early teens and my 20s even. Up to a certain point. I mean, I don't get that as much anymore, but I'm still, dude. Last week I was minding my own business, and motherfucker, some some big jackass 6 foot tall fucking dude with two women in tow pulls up and damn drive through at a Taco Bell and tries to pick a fight with me for no fucking reason. Said I was quote creeping. I was minding my own business.
No, Warren, I don't have this happen to me. I'm almost invisible. You apparently have these experiences where people just start fights with you. Now, I'm not saying. I mean,
I'm not saying that happens every day, but it does happen.
Okay, it does happen. I haven't had it happen, but I'm not saying it doesn't happen because, again, you're experiencing a real. Isn't it weird to kind of think, though, everybody is their own island in a way? Everybody's life experiences seem to go in a different direction. Like there are people that don't even understand TFL at all. That they can't even conceptualize the idea that there is such a thing, that there could be men out there that are hopelessly romantic.
And let me ask you this. Have you ever had anybody just for some unknown strange reason, for no reason at all, just assume that you're a pedophile?
I don't think they assume it. Here's what I would tell you.
No, I've had people actually. I know for fact people have assumed I was a pedophile. That's a fact. I know that.
Okay, but I know what you're saying. I think anything that falls into you talking, one thing you don't do as a guy today is you don't befriend anybody. Befriending a female or even a young male, I guess, anything that falls into you being friendly to. Okay, Mitchell told me this one time. He says, 50 years ago or 60 years ago, you could be an eccentric single guy with your own bringing kids into your house to look at your train set. Okay, nowadays they would have you investigate it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that is the reality of what's happening today. In other words, the eccentric guy living by himself is seen as a pedophile. Yeah, that probably is true.
I'd like to put something here. I think if you project, a sense of bravado and masculinity, I think that also can bring women to you, because in real life I'm nothing like I am on my YouTube channel, and I have a woman orbiting my channel hard, and she doesn't even know the real me. Vegan Dolls, but she sees this guy who's confident and antagonizing people, but that's not who I really am,
Okay, well, let me ask the question then. Why are all these arguments being made? Why was Hell by the Dashboard Light Alex so hell-bent on the fact that masculine men, tall men, he was adamant. Now listen to this. I want you to hear me out, because this is two polar opposite views. You've got Warren's view is that the Chad with the big muscles who's 6'4" gets all the women. Then you got Hell by the Dashboard Light, who's also 6'3" or 6'4", saying, no, it's not that way. It's women are going for the scrawny 5'3" guy with a few tattoos. It looks like a.
I think that's kind of an over way of oversimplifying my position.
Points of view. Why are we getting?
The guy don't have to be jacked full of muscles. I mean, hell, he could be a tall, pretty boy, soy boy, or he could be. Or he could just have a good frame, like a good strong frame. I mean, if he got a good right
Warren,
right
we're
frame,
not seeing. I'm not seeing Chad. You keep talking about Chad like as if he's like Goldstein in the movie, in the book 1984. He's everywhere, but nobody.
No, but the point I'm saying is it's the things that you can't change about yourself is what they select for, not the things you can change.
Okay.
Yes,
I mean, Warren, on your end, you are more, you are more on the autistic side. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, and I'm aware of it, but I'm not cross-eyed and drooling.
No,
I can look at somebody and hold a conversation. I'm 40 years old.
I come across as a very high-strung person. Now, when I talk to people, men and women both, they say you come into this room with an intense amount of energy. And when they say that, I know that's not a good thing, because I'm a very animated person, and a lot of people like that about me, but it doesn't really do well in social situations. So if you come across as neuroatypical, whether it's Asperger's, whether it's high strung, high energy, my sister was just like me, very high strung, but she was a girl, she was attracted too. But for a guy to be high strung like that and to be high energy is not considered neurotypical, which hurts you. It can hurt you,
Well, Steve, you made an interesting observation not too long ago. You said that I think a lot of guys probably. I think it's particularly with my experience is that I'm very middle of the road, and I remember you saying that a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
So in that case, in that case, man, you know, I mean, I'm already fucked up. It's already over. I might as well just go walk in my damn backyard and put a gun in my head and blow my fucking head off.
Well, Warren, no one's saying you got to do that, okay? But all
Well,
of
I've
us
thought
guys,
about it a lot. I'll tell you that. I mean,
but
the
Warren,
thought's been
listen
across
to
my
me.
mind
We
every
all
day
have
for the past.
Warren, we all have different backgrounds. Okay, okay, myself, I have a full-time job. I do pretty good. And what's his? I keep forgetting your name again. I'm such a feel like it. Dave.
Dave, yeah.
Dave, yes. Dave's ready to retire. Okay, all of these things that we would think would be considered attractive to women, and I don't believe Dave is hideously unattractive, that he can't find anybody. Because I guarantee there's a guy that looks just like Dave that has got a wife and 4 kids and is happily married. We cannot make these assumptions. I can't answer, and I've said this, I don't have an answer for TFL because I don't really know the dynamics of what's playing out. The government doesn't even keep statistics on this. There's no way to qualify.
Here's the problem I have. Here's the problem I have with the whole social skills thing, right? Here's the problem I have with it. You tell me my social skills are bad when we live in fucking clown world. We live in a society where literally everything is a fucking game.
Got that right.
Okay. I'm mature enough to be able to communicate honestly and be able to tell people what's on my mind and not hint shit and not play games and not go out of my way to create drama. So if my social skills are that bad, I mean, like, you know, maybe my social skills were underdeveloped, but you know, it seems to me like a lot of other people's social skills are pathologically overdeveloped. I don't know if you've ever read.
No.
I don't know if you've ever read. Let me finish. Let me finish. I don't know if you've ever read Ted Kaczynski's book, Industrial Society and Its Future. But he talks a lot about the over-socialization of society. And if I'm under-socialized, then everybody else is over-socialized.
Well, right. What's happening is most social interaction, this pissed a lot of people off when I did a video on this, most social interaction between people is fake. It's not out of concern and caring. It's always cracking a joke. Everything's got to have a joke aligned to it. Like I found out that the socialization that happens today is that when people interact, something's got to be a smart ass crack or a joke. And if you don't fall into that mindset, if you're a serious person, you are not you're out of sync with society, because most people are like, okay, when guys are all in a locker room, they're bravado, they're putting on this act. Oh yeah, I did this. Oh, I'm tough. Oh, look at my jacket. That's the type of thing that is normal in society. And if you're not conforming to that, you are out of the picture. I mean, it's neuroatypical, and being middle of the road is the worst place to be if you're a guy.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, we saw guys all these. I knew when I was growing up as a young man, as a kid, and I saw all these couples. And contrary to what they said about the 70s or 60s, it was not some free love extravagant. People were getting married a lot in the 60s and 70s. The point is that not the men that got married in those days, you didn't have to be. You could be a nerdy guy with pop bottle glasses working for NASA and find a wife and have a lot of kids. I guess what I'm saying is that what has changed, I think, is the social independence is so incredible for women now that they don't need men. That's another thing. I talked about dating limbo. It's huge now.
Another thing about autism is skyrocketing on the rise, and there's a whole lot of Asperger's that aren't diagnosed. So if Asperger's is a big part of it, you know, that's where sexual false consciousness, of course, in a sense, comes into play too. Because a lot of these guys who aren't diagnosed, if they are Asperger's, they're not going to want to look at it. They're just like, oh, I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't have that. So I mean, that is it. The
thing is, Hoka, there's like a lot of women in the hood that will just pretend like they in love with you as long as you're simping for them monetarily wise. But the minute you're broke, they're gone.
Yeah, but you're talking about a demographic, a 14% a demographic. Okay, you're saying women in the hood. You're dealing with.
Well, that's kind of like where I fucking live, so I have to deal with that.
Okay, shit. I know. Okay, but these are black girls, and a lot of them don't date white guys. It's not normal for black girls to want to date white guys. So they're right there. You're marginalized out right there.
Yeah, like I think you were going somewhere. See, when you said that I think a lot of women are just wrapped up in their careers, and they're just kind of putting that, you know, front and center, and
right.
They're just kind of, you know, in their hypergamous to top it off.
I mean,
And you know, you got
I'm not,
a woman
I'm
that's
not
like a
trying to
nurse.
create, I'm not trying to create conflict and stuff like this. Listen, as I've gotten older, I've realized, listen, I observe a lot of things too. One thing I think the best advice I can give people is that last video I did, quit assuming for other people. Quit assuming you know this. Like if I see the big fat bearded guy with the Pittsburgh Steelers hat on and he looks like an iron worker and you find out, no, he's an insurance adjuster. That's reality. That is something that I see all the time. And you just, when you least expect it, we don't know on an individual basis what people are dealing with, what they're going through, unless we actually could monitor them for months or years and figure it out. You know, it's hard to put a finger on everything. I mean, who knows what you know, how many percentage of the population are TFLers? I've estimated it's 30. It could be 50. It could be 10. It could be 2%. I don't really know. I have really no way to qualify the argument.
I will say that because I agree with you on that. That they keep saying the statistic says it's 30%, but here's the problem with that statistic, right? Number one, as BVS has pointed out, there's going to be a lot of sexual false conscience. There's a lot of guys that aren't getting out. They're going to lie just to boost up. I mean, because of their ego. And
So
two, here's another thing, right? They said they merely asked the guys how many have had sex in the past year. Okay, there are normies that go on dry spells for a year sometimes because they're caught up in other things. Just because somebody goes a year without sex doesn't necessarily mean that they're TFL.
So you
now, if they
think
would have said like 5 years or 10 years,
yeah,
yeah. But see, unless you get the people like hook up to a polygraph test and you straighten the questions out to like 10 years or something like that, and be like, okay, who has had sex in the past 10 years? You're not going to really get an accurate result.
No, I don't think you. I mean, I know a lot of people on here, like Hell by the Dashboard Light. I wish he'd get back on here, but I think he just totally went crazy and started smoking weed and doing shit and going just batshit crazy.
Who
He did
knows?
go crazy.
He's in the chat.
Well, he was when Hell by the Dashboard Light came out for the first 6 to 7 months. His material, he had 200 videos, were out of this world.
He had some really outstanding videos.
Oh, he did fantastic stuff. His observations, and then he just went batshit crazy and went off the deep end. And he doesn't. I don't think that he's aware of how crazy he's gone, how he's turned into. Because when I interviewed him in the last interview or two, he was all stoned and drunk and cackling like a hyena. It was weird. It was like, what? Who is this guy? I mean, it was like he went off the deep end, and it was like cackling and drunk and acting stupid. And I thought, well, anyways, long story short, he for a long time did some good stuff and he had some good observations, but unfortunately, he's got a different point of view than Warren on the dating scene. He does not see the Chad, and Warren only sees the Chad. It's kind of like the guy with no legs wishes he had eyes, and the guy with eyes wishes he would. The guys with no eyesight says, "Hey, give me my eyesight back. You can take my leg."
Steve, if you think about it, even though it's been socially engineered, you have different pockets and communities in the United States where you might run into the opposite kind of BS going on.
Right.
Well, here's what I can't say. Even if it's not looks, what I can tell you is this, man, okay? There's very obviously different rules in play. Like I said, and this goes back to the fact that they know right away whether you're considered a high value guy or not. There's different rules in play, right? Like, if you want to say it's not about looks, money, that's whatever it is. There's obviously some kind of clear indicator, and they know pretty much right away for the most part.
Okay, but Warren,
Warren. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish. Right? Okay. The rules are different, right? If like let's say a high valued man considered quote worthy can go out there and he can say something or do something right, and it's considered confident or attractive. I can go there say and do the exact same thing. I'm creepy.
Warren, listen to me. You assume that women are even looking for status. You said, here's your words. They can tell if you're high status. Oh, you read their mind. They're thinking in the back of their mind, he's high status. That's what they're thinking. I mean, come on,
yeah.
Warren, come on. How can you tell me that
they do? They have different rules, man. Let me ask you this. Like I said,
I think
how come it is?
I think
How come it is? How come it is that they can come up here literally fussing about going on a dry spell for a couple weeks, right? And amongst themselves, they'll actually have sympathy. They'll actually help them out. They'll set them up on a fucking date or something, right? Because he went for a couple weeks. He's considered a worthy guy. But if I could,
look, I think there's certain women that will go for looks, and there's certain women that go for money, and there's certain women that will go for status. I mean, if you're like the lead guitar of a great band, you can be broke and ugly, and there's a woman that will fuck you.
Yeah, but I'm also hearing that there's a lot of rock band, a lot of rock musicians on the local circuit that can't meet women to save their life. That's another thing. If you play guitar well and you're in a band, women will flock to you. Are you freaking kidding me? I heard one guitar player, they were interviewing him locally on the radio, and he said, they asked him about, does he get the women? He says, the majority of the people that approach me at the end of the show are guys that are fascinated with my guitar playing. It's not women saying drooling over them. So, to make these assumptions that rock stars get laid is oh my God, a rock star just can't just point in the crowd. Like they said, oh, Gene Simmons could just point at a girl in the crowd and she'd go sleep with them. I think that's horse shit. You can't tell me that you could just point at a woman and say, I want to screw that woman and she's going to come to you. That's
not 100% across the board, but like a lot of these big rock stars, I don't know. I mean, these guys got like ass like you wouldn't believe, bro. I mean, these guys got like loads and loads and loads, like ass for days, man. I mean, they probably went home with a different woman every fucking night. Probably two or three different.
Warren, you must have some weird. You have a weird social dynamic. You're on the receiving end of shit, but yet you're seeing all these people that are getting this, and I don't see all.
Yeah, I'm talking about a lot of big famous rock stars. Yeah, I mean, you don't think that they were pulling ass? I mean,
Austin, Texas is the live music capital of the world. There's so many fucking whores that will fuck a musician. It's not even funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe they will. Yeah.
If you're a high status musician, no. Here's the thing, right? Me as a TFL, or if I'm just an average guy, let's say I learn how to play guitar and I'm playing at a guitar, right? If I'm just playing at a local club or something, I probably won't get much. For me to actually become visible to women, I would have to literally hit big time and hit a big contract and become like a celebrity.
Let me ask you a question.
Culture in Austin is that
Warren, let me ask you a question real quick. When you think about when you look at these strip bars, these girly bars, what kind of men do you think go to those places? Do you think they're TFLers? What do you think? What classification would you put men who go to those girly bars that throw dollar bills at the girls and pay for those $100 lap dances? Would you call TFLers? Because those guys have good jobs, good careers. I used to go past this one place.
Some of them might be. I mean, I don't think all of them are. I mean, a lot of them are just rich, wealthy guys that go there.
You go past the Crazy Horse Saloon, and there would be all these nice SUVs in the parking lot. So obviously, the guys have money. And why if looks, money, status, all that shit really work? Why would they need to go to these bars and pay for lap dances? I mean, there's good-looking guys that are in those bars. That's another thing you're not, Warren.
But see, here's the thing, man. A lot of these guys too. I mean, it's almost like a social status thing. Like trying to flex how much. I mean, it's about flexing their money. All that. Most guys who are living TFL, myself included, man. There might have been a couple novel times in the early days I went there just to see some titties or something. But I mean, generally speaking, I didn't want to get there to be teased. I mean, when they're going there and rubbing all their titties in your face and you can't do nothing. I mean, I think a lot of guys are in that situation. It's like, what's the point of going to a goddamn titty club where you can see all these titties being waved in your face and you literally can't do nothing about it? I mean,
well, I would go to the trashy ones and bring dope, and I would get my dick sucked. I mean, back in the day when I was young.
Okay, some of them do prostitute underground, some of them, but I mean, even still, I mean, I'm not gonna pay my hard-earned money, for something that I was denied anyways. I mean, the other guys get for free. I mean,
yeah, but those guys, I mean, you'll see guys that are in those titty bars, and they're decent-looking chads. They got the square jaw, and they're tall, and they look like they can kick some ass. I mean, you can't. I mean, Warren, when we talk about TFL, we haven't even figured out. Now Bill Greenhouse has a definition of his own invention what TFL is, but let's just talk about incel. We can't even put a constant definition of really what it is. Is it a virgin? Is it a guy that hasn't had been kissed a girl in 7 years? Is it a guy
Well, I mean,
that
I'm saying
maybe
TFL and incel. I'm just using those terms interchangeably. I mean, for the
I
same
am too. I use
condition.
them interchangeably all the time because you cannot incel and TFL are close to the same in one respect. You're not going to get any
Well,
woman in your life if she doesn't find you sexually attractive. I
I
mean, it's
noticed that like a
Yeah.
lot of these websites, they gatekeep pretty hard. When it comes to like what is an incel and what isn't.
yeah, yeah. That's another
Yeah.
thing. There's nobody can really put a finger. This is why I don't believe the
That's my
government.
problem I have with the incel community, man, because they've turned it into the victim Olympics, man. They want to complain about normies and all throwing them under the bus, and they turn right around and throw each other under the bus all the goddamn time. You go look at their
Oh
forum; it's always
yeah,
about competing who's the biggest victim, so they can
oh
get
yeah. When I was on
gatekeeping
Reddit,
right. So,
I was on Reddit and a guy was telling me about how they kicked him out of our brain cells because a woman like met he had a private message with a woman about something platonic. It wasn't even romantic, but he was a fake cell because a woman was willing to talk to him.
yeah, I know, right? That's how ridiculous it's gotten.
Yeah, well,
That's why. That's why. Go ahead, Bill.
I was just gonna say I agree with a lot of what Steve is saying here tonight because the reality is even though we know there's most likely millions of men all over the world living TFL or incel, whatever you want to call it, we have no way of putting an actual number on it.
We don't. We don't have any way to. We have no qualifiable way to do it.
It's basically just as people have to come forward and say, "Hey, I'm dealing with this," and that's basically the only way that can be known.
I
The way
mean,
I
I'm
look at
not.
it is like this, okay? My
Yeah.
definition of somebody who's TFL, whatnot, is like this, okay? TFL, incel, forever alone, whatever you want to call it, okay? Is if you generally have a hard time getting in a relationship to a point where you've been your whole life, you've been maybe at most maybe into one or two relationships. I mean, if that, and they probably didn't. I mean, they may not have even lasted that long. Maybe they did. But if you go 10 years, 15 years, 20 years with nothing but rejections, all right. I mean, even if you do eventually get somebody, the damage isn't going to be undone. And if she leaves you, and if she leaves that guy, it's not. I mean, where's it going to be then? It's going to be right back to where he began. So I mean, it's not going to be like one of these things where, well, you got later. You had a relationship 20 years ago, so you got to sit there and shut the fuck up. Duh. That's the incels.
Yeah, that's
I
basically
mean,
it. Because when you go to those websites, you can't even admit to having sex ever, or you're booted. You know what I'm saying? You're
Well,
banned.
yeah. This is
Yeah.
why there's all this. This is why I truly believe that the manosphere is in chaos, and it's going to get worse and worse because, first of all, there's so many different people with different reasons of joining the manosphere. It's not funny. Most guys are really not clearly identifying why they're in. I mean, I believe it is TFL related, but everybody's got their own reason for being here, and then they start to that once they just determine why they're there, then they start kicking out people that don't agree with them. Well, and I've had to even I've even have to realize that people have different experiences because I can't sit there and say that a guy that, even if a guy brags that he gets women, maybe he does get women. I'm not going to assume that he does or doesn't. I have no way to prove or disprove anything. I mean, this is why I said we can't just look at a situation and assume we know that person's life story.
No, you can't.
I'm thinking it's a number of factors. There's got to be a large number of factors that tie into it, man. And so it doesn't have to be one of those factors. It could be one of several factors. Maybe there's like a whole bunch of things that go into what they're selecting for. There's got to be some kind of criteria that they're selecting for.
Okay, but let me ask you a question, Warren. Let's say that you come across as neuroatypical. Do you believe that there's a way you could modify your behavior? I kind of think that you can do it for a short time, but you eventually go back to your old habits real quick. Do you follow what I'm saying?
The only thing I do that really might even give away my Asperger's at this point in my life is occasionally, like in a high stress situation, I might get an anxiety attack. But I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, beyond just, I mean, and sometimes in like work, I can be a little antisocial. But I'm social, but I'm antisocial. But I mean, like, I've gotten to a point now where my social skills ain't that bad. I mean,
So Warren, I got a question for you.
Huh?
So how does your speech impediment play into what happens to you in life?
Yeah, that is something too. Well, there have been times I've been stereotyped before I even opened my mouth.
I understand that, but I asked that for a specific reason. Toronto man over there has a speech impediment, and Monday, of course, goes out and does a video on speech impediment. I listened to it only because Toronto would listen to it, and I don't find that Monday ever really said anything wrong. He only told the truth, okay? And he really didn't put anybody down. It's actually a video that Monday made that he's not pushing the "it's your fault" pill. But what he said about speech impediments, he was correct about. So I can't take that away from him, and I won't. But I wanted to ask you what it is for you, because with your autism, you have a speech impediment. And it's not a competition or anything, because I hate that shit that people think everything's a damn competition and who's worse than who. But I can clearly tell that Toronto forced loneliness over there, that he has a lot of issues because of his speech impediment. So that's why I was asking you.
Here's the thing, man. Like, right, the way I hear myself talk, I don't sound to me the way I sound to somebody else. That's why when I listen to myself on an audio recording, I sound like way different than I hear myself talking, right? So if I actually, if other people heard me like talk the way that I hear myself, I probably wouldn't come off sound like I have an impediment. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I think everybody's like that. I think most people, man, like, they don't hear themselves talk the way that other people hear them talk.
I would agree with that.
Warren, I have another suggestion, and I'm not saying I'm okay. When we live our lives out, we follow a daily routine, and we can do this for years. If you, it falls into kind of the idea of changing up things in your life. Do you think there's anything that you could change up socially in your life that could change the situation of TFL? Like, let's say, I know this will sound lame, but say to get out more often and get out and literally like hit the town and just get involved and just have a zest for life, go everywhere and just become literally an extrovert. Do you spend a lot of time at home, or are you out a lot?
I have been, yeah. I mean, I get out in the neighborhood sometimes. I got people. I mean, I know people around my neighborhood. I mean,
Right,
I mean,
but
I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get like I did when I was in my 20s. I mean, I'm 40 years old.
Yeah, and you think, another thing I wanted to say to you too, do you think that a lot of guys, age plays a factor? Because I'm pushing 49 this month. Do you think that age is a huge impediment for you if you are looking to get back in the dating?
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on what your expectations are.
Well, getting a date. I mean, that doesn't get
a date, but I mean, like, with who? I mean, like, we don't really have many options.
Preferably a woman, right?
I mean, I don't know what you mean.
I mean, I can speak for myself. Because I've lived a hard life and have, lived on the streets and done drugs. I've aged terribly, and that's, been a very huge factor.
There are some older guys that like to go for younger women, and there are some women that usually like to go for older guys. Because usually, when women going for older guys, is because he's got a lot of money. I mean,
yeah, there we go.
There's
no reason a 20-year-old girl is going to go with a 60-year-old man unless he's loaded with money.
I mean, I had one girlfriend that was 18, and I met her at 29, and I didn't have money, but she had a daddy Dom little girl fetish, and that's guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, me and you are the same age. I don't like to think that me and you are over the hill by any means yet. I
don't
still
think
think we have
I
some
don't think
time.
you're over the
You
hill
know.
till you're dead. To tell you the truth, I mean, I think if you're over the hill when you're dead, that's when you're over the hill.
No,
That's
I
when you're.
I think we still have some time. You know.
Yeah.
That's
But
nice. I'm not over the hill. Thank you, Steve.
no,
As a
because
36-year-old man starting wrestling school, I feel over the hill.
well, here's what I'm going to say about the age thing. We cannot determine that age means. Listen, I am more knowledgeable and I'm more well-rounded as a worker now than I was in my 20s. Okay, so I cannot say that I think age can do a lot of good things for you if you know how to budget your time right now. I'm not saying I have budgeted my time always well, but I guess what I'm saying is that I was saying that you can still succeed in life in other things. I'm not saying the dating scene is one of them, but if you could, I mean, who knows? We don't know. 5 years from now, things could change. I don't think they will, but who knows?
Yeah.
I guess for a
I
lot
mean,
of people, it could be the perfect storm of all your ducks falling in a row sometimes and meet the right person. But it's. I mean, I've come close in recent months to doing that, but it's something always like went to shit before. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like I meet somebody and and they seem like really excited to meet me and do something, and then I go to add them on Facebook, and I don't hear back from them. They don't add me, they don't confirm, or you know,
Hmm. They just kind
always
of blow
something.
you off. Is that what they
Or
do?
they
They
give
just
me a
kind of blow you
phone
off?
number, and it's like a landline to their grandma's house because they lost their cell phone, and the phone never gets answered, or some weird. There's always some weird thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, it comes right down to it. I do have to say this just from my own life experiences. I have seen big obese men that you think would have nobody in their life who has a woman in his life that's not even half his size. As far as she's overweight, but not even half the size compared to him. I've seen
I
this.
want
Yeah,
to
it's just like
answer. I want to answer something that Jeff says. The only thing older people have over younger people is life experience and resources. Yeah, sometimes. But here's the thing, man. I mean, you know, age don't always mean wisdom, man. Because there are some stupid old people, bro. I mean, stupid people sometimes grow old too, bro. I mean, and you can't fix stupid. I mean, I think it was the line Gene Hackman said in Superman when he played Lex Luthor. He said something to the effect of, you know, what was it? Some people can, can live to be 100 and pretty much be a dumbass. And he said some people can figure out, the mysteries of the universe by reading the ingredients on a bubble gum wrapper. I mean, you know,
well,
so
in certain
nothing's ever
circumstances,
concrete.
certain circumstances, I guess some women like men. They're meant to be stupid. It's like
Yeah.
stuff. Fuck boys. You know what I'm saying? They're just stupid enough to be useful to them.
Yeah. Hell yeah, you don't have to be old to be wise. Judas Priest, bro. I feel that, man. Yeah.
Yep, well, it is correct that not because of age doesn't mean you're wise. It's those who educate themselves and learn and have life experience. Okay, the more experience you have in life and you're able to retain that experience and you're able to use your brain and know what you're seeing, then you can have wisdom.
I think the thing is, the more insightful and more deep in thought, more aware you are, it seems like you're more isolated from the general population, and that kind of adds to it too, because it would take a woman who actually has a mind to actually relate to you on a intellectual and emotional level.
Yeah.
I mean, some bimbo who's all about, being an Instagram thought, that's how can you relate to that? But there's a lot of fuckboys who can relate to that.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Even even if you want to say, in person, they're not going to pay. Here's the thing, man. Everything is gradually being moved online. Anyhow. People are getting lost in the world of online through, you know, uh, various forms of escapism into alternate, uh, VR realities and shit like that, man. I mean, and that's the wave of the future. And dating, like everything else, is increasingly going to move more online. And so, I mean, that's why I always say, well, Tinder isn't real life. Well, yeah, but I mean, Tinder, it is not real life, and now it's going to become real life. I mean, but I think what's happening right now is the dynamics are changing. I mean, like, it's weird. Like, women, I think, are kind of like a blank slate, man. Like, as far as like what they're attracted to, a lot of it's down to propaganda and what they're told to be attracted to. Like, it can change over time. That's why if you go back one time, they used to like the nice guy, right? And then they went through their phase with the bad boys, and now they're kind of going into another phase. I mean, they're kind of going into like the soy boy phase, kind of. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I just had a question for you, Warren. Now, like, what do you get to get out much? I mean, does your work pretty much keep you tied down, or or anything like that?
No, I mean, I only work a few days a week, man, because I'm on disability.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I mean, right now, I mean, I'm still working right now, but it's just eating up so much of my my personal life, with the when you add everything in, the work, the commute, everything like that. But I mean, I'm just thinking that maybe when I'm retiring in 6 weeks, and maybe that can I'll definitely have some definitely a lot more free time to hook up with my friends and stuff like that. And I don't know. Hopefully this will kind of open up some doors for me, and maybe maybe lead to something. But
Yeah,
I think that just might be another thing that's killing a lot of killing it for a lot of guys, is that it's just all work, and just not enough me time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay. I refuse to be a provider ATM machine to a woman, in her 30s, 40s, whatnot. After she,
Right.
after she's. These are the same women that rejected me, in my prime. Now they can't get that top 20% guy or whatnot into a long term. If I had money like that, which I don't, but I would refuse to
Right.
do that, man. I mean, like, look, I don't understand this, right? I mean, women, claim the that's where we got all this feminism from. The old roles were oppressive, right? And that they should be able to go be free to make their own money, right? Okay,
Mhm.
fine. So you're making your own money now. Guess what? Man, don't owe you a fucking living.
Yeah. No,
If you're able to
agree
go out
with
there and
that.
work for your goddamn paycheck, guess what? You can take care of yourself, honey.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
equality.
I'll casually date a spinster, but I'm not gonna, I just draw the line at single moms because I'm not gonna raise someone else's seed. They can deal with that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I understand that. But I would be totally in agreement. You don't pay to be with a woman, period. Okay? You do what you do from
Yeah.
your heart. People need to do what they do from their heart, but most people won't. And that's
Yeah.
not a gender issue. Okay?
Yeah.
You have so many people that are all out for themselves, so they're only after money, or they're only after what are whatever kind of motive they have inside their head, and assuming won't do you any good. Because the reality is nobody knows how to treat one another overall. And getting along, I think, is probably the hardest thing we have. Because you look at the manosphere. You got so many guys, even up here on YouTube around the net, speaking about these same problems we're sitting here talking about, okay? And then you have all this conflict and throwing each other under the bus, not getting along, not being able to work together, you know, for anything. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So what do you got? You got a big old mess. I'll bet you the government loves that, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like the government likes to create problems just so they can have the solution.
Well, they do. It's called problem reaction
Yeah.
solution.
Yeah.
That's the formula they always use. Right now, everything that's happening in America right now is formulated off of what happened with Rome. I mean, it's repeating like Rome in a sense. The American Empire was modeled off of the Roman Empire.
Well,
You have government intervention that causes a problem, and then they fix the problem with more government intervention.
Yeah. Right until you ain't got no freedom
you look at
left.
divine providence. It's about like non-intervention. Letting things play out. Not like trying to like overcorrect an issue. If the economy sucks, it's gonna suck. If it's gonna be good,
I kind of
it's
see
gonna be
it
good.
like this, man. I kind of see it like this, right? Atlantis is a metaphorical concept, right? You've had your two big Atlantises so far. Rome, and then you have America. Your next one's going to be Mars. That's not going to be in our lifetime. Mars is going to be like the next frontier, the next America all over again. I mean.
So
it's kind of like that joke Daniel Tosh told you is like are we going to space? Oh no, don't you know that the meek will inherit the earth?
I don't even go with that. I'd say, well, here comes Warren Jetson.
Yeah.
Here comes the Jetsons, right?
Yeah.
And don't worry, you got your dog, You be flying around up there in outer space. Now the reality is we don't know where technology is going to take us, but we do know that evil's running the planet, and the technology they claim that we're more connected than ever is exactly the opposite. We're more disconnected than ever.
Charles Darwin wrote about.
I think we're more connected as far as like people who with common interests abroad, but as far as like people in inside the neighborhood, no, we're more disconnected.
Charles Darwin as
people
well
are so. I mean, people are so privacy conscious, especially like in your neighborhoods and stuff like that, and it's just very antisocial. Very antisocial scene.
I mean, we're all here because of this technology, but it's because we have a common interest. I mean, it's like that's kind of what people are. People who have common interests on a global level.
Charles Darwin wrote, about I believe it was in the next million years, as well as other people have wrote about the objective is to breed men into a hermaphroditic sort of, I guess, like a slave race of beings that they can use to eventually colonize other planets. And the LGBT movement is very much definitely being used as a tool to separate people from gender-based identities so that they can sell the concept of hermaphrodite as an answer to the gender wars.
Well, they've been pushing that one hard, Warren, because you got 50-something genders last time I looked.
So, I mean, exactly. Problem, reaction, solution. People can get tired of all this and say, okay, well, we just make everybody one gender, one unisex, fucking, there you go. Whether they'll have completed that or not by the time they get people to Mars or not, I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. They've already sent a manned space flight to Mars, I think it was like a few years ago. It said it's going to take about 6 years to get there. And there's 100 people chosen from around the world to go to Mars. They don't know whether they're going to make it or not. I mean, I guess it's somewhat experimental at this point, but.
Well, anything can happen
Yeah.
in between Earth to Mars, so
Yeah,
they may not make it there.
and if they do make it there, I mean, who's to say that they'll be able to survive the? I mean, I don't know what the exact conditions on Mars are. I mean, I know that compared to other planets,
I
it's
think there's
probably
less
one of the
gravity.
easier ones to terraform. But I don't think there really is an
Yeah.
atmosphere on Mars. I mean, I think any atmosphere is, it just kind of like floats up off the planet, I think, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's no natural oxygen, I don't think, and the gravity is lighter.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think it could survive. I don't, on Mars. I mean, it's I think the temperature. I think some areas the temperature is survivable,
colder.
but but the atmosphere, is there oxygen there? I don't, can
There's
you
no
actually
Here's the
breathe?
oxygen
I don't
thing,
there. It would
brother.
have to
think so.
artificially create oxygen.
Right.
Here's
right.
the thing. Here's the thing. Regardless of these people able to survive or not, I mean, they're coming over with some equipment. I mean, they're not coming over. They're not going to just be walking out like butt naked out to the atmosphere of Mars. I mean,
Oh no, they would die if you
they're
did
going to
that.
have suits and
Yeah.
I mean, but whether they make it or not, of course, the government's going to be able to keep records and figure out, okay, well, we're wrong. I mean, so it's still going to be the start of. Eventually, that's what they're going to do. I mean, I think it's going to work towards. I think what's going to eventually happen is
It
people
could be
going to
like a
get tired of
21st
their
century Roanoke,
people going to get tired of their government oppressing them and ruling over them on Earth, and people will get tired of fighting the New World Order and all this shit. So, at a certain point, a certain number of people are going to flee to Mars, and Mars is the free world, I quote free,
I don't
I
know.
mean,
I don't.
I
I
mean,
don't
first
know
of all,
who
it's
it
big
is.
money that's getting people to Mars, so it's the NWO that's kind of like financing it, right, and facilitating it. I mean, it's really
I don't even think we'll get that far anyhow because the way people
yeah.
get along, the way people treat each other, the way people work together, I don't see any of that happening. Because unless there ain't the tool in it for you, and you're not being paid to do it, most people don't have any interest in doing it.
You know.
So I don't see that. To me, that's more like fiction. It's like fantasizing over what it could be. But the reality is, if you look around you, is we're not headed to a good place.
No. But I mean, I can tell you a fact because Charles Darwin has wrote a book called The Next Million Years, and in it he details what their plans are for the next million years, and that's what Bill Cooper was writing, talking about the new man. That's what like all these Freemason authors have been writing about. I mean, like there definitely is a plan to use this new man. They want to use him to colonize other planets because it's not enough for them to rule over Earth. They want to, there's not enough that they destroy and fuck up this planet. The disease must go on.
Well, yeah, I understand that one.
I mean, honestly, do you think we're just when you look at the big thick of things, Warren? Do you think we're just all cogs in a machine? We're just all we don't really humanity doesn't really have an agenda anymore. We're just living day to day like a bunch of ravenous animals. It seems like there's no.
Yeah, well, the common people are. I mean, average people are. But I mean, people who are running big, big Fortune 500 like billion-dollar industries and companies and shit like that, and government organizations and shit. A lot of these big, they're not. I mean, at a certain level, they plan things long term. I mean, they don't.
well, you look at the modern man. I mean, we don't, the ability to hunt, fish, clean, and process your, game. I mean, those are kind of like lost skills that. Do you think
I mean,
that's a
think about it.
coincidence?
Think about it. Think about the RFID chip coming in, right? And how that came in, right? Okay. At first, it was just, they put them in pets so people's pets wouldn't get lost, right? Then you got Shriners coming out talking about, get these chips put into our children. What I mean? And it's gradual. It's a very gradual thing, right? A little bit at a time, right?
Yeah. Hey, by the way, all these loopholes I just found out eBay is now charging sales tax in most states. So we're running out of loopholes in the game of life. We're getting taxed to death and everything.
I
Yeah.
just noticed. I just noticed that the other day, Steve,
Yeah,
about
I
that
didn't
eBay
realize
thing.
it. I started buying on eBay and I started seeing sales tax. If it's $20 in shipping cost, that gets added to the price. The shipping cost gets the sales tax too. Imagine that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's weird.
yeah. I just got hit with that.
Yeah, so I'm learning that there's no free ride in this world and it's only getting worse. And I think that what is our job is in life. I mean, it's going to be amazing what the world's going to look like in 50 years. But I'll be dead by then. I guess that's what everyone says.
Well, I guess the best industry you could get into right now, then, Steve, is creating taxes, right?
Well, Bill, you know what, I was going to tell you something. You know, Warren, you could have it worse off living TFL. Let's say you found a girlfriend and you guys had good, were romantic, but she did not agree with anything you talk about, like the world and politics. Could you imagine what a shit that would be to be married to a woman that was stupid?
Yeah. I
I mean,
mean,
do
I
you think
want to
Bill's
say.
wife?
I
Do you
mean,
think
I
Bill's
want to say she's
wife is
stupid
interested
just
in these things?
because I don't always agree with her on everything. I mean, that's kind
No,
of.
but let's face it. There's if you're a political activist, or if you're fighting that making people aware of things, and your wife is a total, just like, oh, like, let's say you believe 9/11 was an inside job and you believe the JFK was a conspiracy. Let's say your wife believed everything was the official story. That would be hard to fathom too, to have a wife like that. You know?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to be somewhat on the same wavelength. I mean, to some degree. I mean, yeah, I mean, personality does matter. I mean, I'd say personality matters is one of the most important things. I
My
mean,
ex of 3 years I lived with, she was very politically aware, but the problem was that she was a fucking hoe.
Well, Warren, you realize that a lot of people are only on one wavelength. Duh.
yeah, yeah, that's pretty much it. you know.
Yeah, I mean, I had a discussion with my own mother about 9/11 a couple of weeks ago, and I don't want to call her stupid. She's very asleep, and I just says to her, I says, Mom, how many buildings fell on 9/11? And she says 2. I says, no, 3 buildings fell on 9/11. And she says, no, it did. And she just insisted that no, only 2 buildings fell. And no matter what I could drill into her head, it just wasn't processing. And I couldn't. It was so.
Yeah, go ahead. So you said 3 buildings.
It was just so infuriating, I mean,
I've learned. I don't try to wake the dead anymore, bro. I just, if I see somebody who has something to say, they sound like they might be aware of something. I might talk with them a little bit and see where they're going with it. But,
yeah, well, I can understand why in Dave's situation that happened, because the majority of the people are getting their news from the television set and they're not even paying attention.
Yeah. And the media has done everything to just, to just basically wipe that out of everybody's mind. That is that 3rd building that fell down, number 7 that fell down 6 hours later,
They don't want people knowing about a 3rd building that just fell down and went boom, boom.
Yeah, because anybody with half a brain can see that obviously that was a controlled demolition. And so, if that was a controlled demolition, then pretty much, chances are that the other 2 buildings were, controlled demolition.
Oh, that's they're shaming, the ultra patriotism is like, how dare you, yada yada yada. Our kind did that,
the funny thing about that is, and I've actually mentioned this before on here, but I wish I could have recorded it when it came on, but it was 2 days after 9/11 happened. It was like so it was like 12, so it was like 9/13, right? And there was a news report on where they said 2 days prior to the 9/11 hijacking, top-level Bush administration officials had a meeting in Palestine with the hackers of the plane, which was Mohammed Atta and whatever their fucking names were. I mean, And if I could have recorded that, I swear.
Yeah. I mean, I watched it the day it happened. I mean, I was like, my eyes were glued to that TV set that whole day, and I just remember there was a lot of things said live as it was being broadcasted that have never been repeated ever since, and
That's
all
another thing.
strange
That's
how, like,
another
the
thing.
first 10
They
years,
take the archives and they wipe them out. Could you imagine if you had all the videotape from 7 different networks, like for the first 3 weeks of that? Could you imagine you'd have a gold mine of information?
yeah.
Yeah, you're right,
Yeah, I know, right?
because that stuff's been scrubbed from the net.
No, not just from the net. It's from people probably. I would imagine in somebody's attic somewhere. They've got those stored somewhere. Like people who had VCRs.
Yeah.
Mm.
and all of that, if you took certain footage that they don't want out, they'll come grab it.
Yeah. But at this point, here's the thing, man. I don't think that they're really afraid of anybody getting any type of information out there because, here's the thing. They don't care if we know because their mentality at this point is, well, what are you going to do about it? I mean, yeah, you might know the truth, but nobody's going to believe you.
Even did you know that even Putin was involved in a conspiracy to blow up a building in 1999? It was Alexander Putin or something, and he was involved in a conspiracy too. So he's a crook too. Alexander Putin's a liar too.
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
I mean, Vladimir Putin.
Vladimir Putin. Sorry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean that's kind of the thing. I mean, that's kind of what politicians do. I mean, it's kind of like.
You better hurry up and run out and vote for that next politician, by golly. We know they lied to us, but let's vote for them.
I'm going to tell you the truth about
right,
that.
Bill. They smile, they lie, and they stab you in the back.
Part of this is within the collective stupidity and the collective nature and stupidity of mankind, but I'm going to explain it all to you, why it is that way, man. And shit floats. And politics is just a blow by blow show of how that shit floats. I mean, it's pretty much just a physical representation. It's a demonstration of shit floating. I mean,
the best way you want to know there was a
oligarchy that put Putin where he is.
Hold on. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, what I was going to say is basically the best educated people are the people that don't let the TV dictate. I know you have to watch TV to make an opinion of something, but you really have to. You have to be able to isolate. Okay, I had an addiction. I was watching a lot of sports broadcasts on ESPN on the YouTube. And I started to realize that this stuff was just clouding up my brain so bad. It's like noise. They're talking about Antonio Brown, the football player. And it's just like nonstop. I just had to turn that shit off. I says, I can't take it anymore. It's just, sometimes this shit just drives you crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what made me get rid of my TV altogether. I got rid of the cable part of my package. But yeah, the same thing. I just got tired of it,
Yeah, but then you got YouTube as a distraction too.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I tell you, even with YouTube, I try to I just try to kind of limit it myself, but I mainly just watch. I just put on like a movie or something like that, or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, anymore, digging for the truth gets harder and harder to do because you're digging through miles of lies.
Yeah, there really is like layers and layers to it, man. Like it's weird. It's like there's even an allegory metaphor that we use for like peeling back the layers of the onion. I mean, like every time you get past one layer, there's another layer, then there's another layer, there's another layer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just like, man, it just keeps getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. I've always kind of tried to play detective of the world, try to figure out, what's going on, and I mean, but But I mean, it just, yeah.
It's not good.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing, man. Once your blinders are gone, man, and you see shit for what it is, it's gonna fuck with your head. It's really, 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 really gonna fuck with your head really bad. But at the same time, I mean, it's one of those things. You're still better knowing than not knowing, right? I mean, so.
Well, I feel that you're better know the truth than not knowing, because at least you're not going to get caught off guard for the people who turn their head and deny truth. When they find out, oh shit, it was the truth all along. What can you do? You can put, you can lead the horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. So
Yeah.
we definitely have a severe problem when it comes to TFL, Forever Alone, whatever you want to call it, the manosphere. The division of the genders. We have a severe problem. NWO, social engineering, has done a great job in dividing the genders. That's why I said, the core of the apple, the core of NWO is the dating arena. And of course, it has to be that, because how else are you going to control the population? If you're going to control the numbers of births, you got to start with controlling the births to begin with. And where's that? Well, right there in the mating and dating scene, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, right?
It's just too bad we couldn't get an accurate number. It'd be nice to have an accurate number.
Yeah, but I don't think we'll ever get to it, Bill.
I agree with you. I don't even know how to get that number, but I totally agree with him. But I would love to have it.
The only way you're going to get an accurate number is if you take a sample of, like, let's say 30 men, right, from various different walks of life across the spectrum, right, of men, and you hook these people up to a polygraph, right?
I
you got to up
the
the game.
polygraph, because that don't work. But the polygraph is a joke.
Yeah.
That machine doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, psychopaths can go undetected. You can go right through them, yeah.
You don't even got to be a psychopath to pass that test. I mean, that test
it'd just be. I think it would be a very complex thing to do.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason it's not allowed in the courtrooms.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, I think it's probably something that's probably manipulated a lot.
It is. I mean, it's going based on things that, okay, let's just put it this way. If you know you haven't done something right, if I could be the polygraph examiner and I can make you nervous, I can make you flunk the test.
And all that, if you take a polygraph test for a TV talk show, of course, the writers and producers are just going to make up a result.
See, so it's not hard to make somebody flunk a polygraph test, because all they got to do is make you nervous or uncomfortable or nervous.
But Bill, and what I think is I kind of think it's probably around, like we've been saying, 25-30%. I kind of go by, with what I've been observing over the years. Just people I work with, and not only that, but I work with the public, and I've gotten to know so many people, that have taken my bus and whatnot over the years, and I've actually befriended.
Dave, I think that's actually very valuable input there, because see, somebody like Dave, who's worked in the public transportation area and deals with the public day in and day out every day like this, he's gonna see more than most people see in that aspect, And if you could figure that out, and you could get, like, let's say, we could get somebody from every city that worked in the public transportation that has like 25 years of working with the people. Okay. And then if you could do a survey of talking to people, and I don't know how many you'd have to do, you could probably get a rough estimate, but it would still only be an estimate. But my guess is probably 30-40%, could even be higher, but I can't,
Right. I mean, so many. I've talked to so many guys, just like even like just just people that have taken my bus, and I, after, because I see a lot of the same people every day, and and I'll just, we'll just get talking about things, and then these guys, a lot of times these guys will just open up, and they'll just come right out and say, what's going on with these women, what's going on with the dating scene, and we just kind of start going from there, and we both kind of have the same things to tell, It's like,
That's
wow, this is
that don't surprise me because see, I'm not even in public transportation, but just going to the Philippines, I met them 5 guys, and our
yeah,
stories was so identical. It was uncanny, unreal. So now that don't surprise me at all.
Okay, but Bill,
yeah,
let me play the devil's advocate. I know you hate that word. Let's say that of those 5 guys that you met, maybe they fall into a minority of men just like you that were in that same situation. That argument could also be made. And that kind of sucks,
Well,
but
yes, I understand what you're saying, but
right.
then you have to argue with what you're seeing online and how many guys that you're running into that are all saying the same thing.
And then I could continue that argument by saying that the guys online who are complaining about dating only represent 2% of the population. So
Right.
we don't ever, this is the point I'm trying to make, Bill. We never get an accurate reading of really what's going on, because just because a bunch of guys are complaining about the dating scene doesn't prove that they're the majority or even 30%,
Oh, I
We
understand. I understand that. But
that's why there's no real way to qualify or quantify this argument. And we all kind of know that TFL probably plays a bigger role than we are willing to imagine, but at the same time we don't really know the numbers because
yeah.
we don't really know what the numbers and there's always shades of gray. I mean, we got 50, 100 shades of gray between this TFL issue.
Well, we do, but I can tell you one thing, okay? Well, the day that Mr. Dr. Mark Taylor called me up on the phone after
Yeah,
having the TFL website up for 3 months and wanted to know how the hell I done it, and I had to say what, and to tell me how the hell that I went global, that people from all over the world are coming to this website, okay, that know about this. That alone suggests the problem. It don't give us a no number, right?
yeah, right.
But it does tell you that the problem's pretty big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good point there. Yeah, in other words, at the time it was big. Now it's making me wonder, why is it not? Do you think that it seems like we had more TFL aware people 10 years ago than we do now?
I think you
Yeah.
have a combination of people that aren't aware of it because of censorship and pushing stuff down. Okay, and so
Yeah. A lot of people didn't beat the platform.
what you perceive as people actually seeing your stuff, people ain't actually seeing your stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Shadow ban.
It's called keeping the lid on the problem. We don't want these guys getting out there.
Yeah. I got a strike and my views have like dropped like 90%. I was getting over, 100, over 200, over 100, 200 views. Now I'm getting like 20 views for 30 views.
Ugh.
So that, but that's where I think that comes from. But I do think that that actually makes a pretty valuable statement when you got somebody like that coming up and wanting to know why and how you got people all over the world knowing about this without mainstream media help.
Right.
So, that's very valuable information to know that because it tells you the problem's pretty severe and pretty big. It don't give us no dang number, which I'd love to have,
Yeah.
but at least it tells us that we're not probably far off. The problem is I think we can make an educated guess, but it'll only always be a guess because we're not going to have a way of actually showing it.
Right.
And you got enough people
mm,
speaking up, talking about this stuff that's going on, and you see
Yeah.
it with your own eyes. Oh, come on. All you got to do is be in a relationship in today's society. And you're going to you're going to meet it head on, straight in your face, whether you want to or not.
Mhm.
Okay? as you're going to realize that it's not no picnic and the people ain't making it because they definitely don't know how to treat one another. But as far as how many
Yeah.
people are aware of TFL, I don't know because I think we're being pushed down pretty hard. And that's why
Yeah.
Steve started noticing even on his own side, his list not going up anymore. Like it just
Yeah.
got froze.
Yeah, it's at 1985 and it's stayed there for the last 3 months.
Yeah. And I think
Not one.
that's why, because the views are actually being froze. You're not getting people seeing it because it's being pushed down.
I think so too. I think there's no doubt, Bill. If there was ever a time I agreed with you when it came down to YouTube flubbing with numbers, I think just hearing what you've told me about your own channel, and then now I see it on my own, I believe it. It's exactly true. YouTube is purposely doing this with this number. There's no way that my numbers could be this low.
No,
I mean,
it is deliberately done as to keep us from getting out to, because think about it, Steve. At the beginning of TFL, within the first year before Google had their hands on it, my main channel actually I was getting like 10,000 views a day on a video.
yeah,
And that was no issue. And it just, to me, that was a normal number, right?
right.
And now you're lucky if you get 200 views, or 500 views. No, 10,000 views a day, I remember getting them little flags on my channel that you only got as like a reward when you had so many views on your channel in one day or something. And I had them little flags quite a few times on my channel from major views, okay? You look at it
Mm.
now, it's totally different. The dating scene, this is why I said, people want to look up because they've used actors and they're just setting people up to furtherly shut you up, is really what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay?
You know,
Bill,
yeah.
Yeah.
oh, I was going to say, uh, and here, the difference between the computer geeks of the 1980s and the present day. The computer geeks used to fight the system. Now the computer geeks work for the system. We've
Correct.
lost. Once the computer nerds became part of the system, that's when we lost. Because what happened was when we had when the internet first came out for the first 10 years, all the way through the early 2000s, the biggest enemy was the people that would fight and buck the system. Now those people who are programmers and work for YouTube or for work for Google, they work for the system now.
Yeah. Bill,
Yeah.
I'd hate to see how many subscribers you'd have if Google never came into the picture and took over YouTube. And same thing with Steve. I mean, you guys would
Yeah.
have just, I mean,
I'm
so
not really
many.
feeling so great. I think I'm gonna go ahead and go lay it down. I'll talk to the rest of y'all later. Y'all take it easy.
Okay, guys.
Yeah.
All right, Warren. Have a good night.
All right, man.
But
You
no,
too.
they're flubbing the numbers for sure. There's no doubt. There is absolutely no doubt.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's what I see going on. And I think that what you're going to witness is just more of the same because they don't want this out.
Mm.
They
No.
would rather
If,
keep it hush hush, and if it comes out at all, they would rather link it to something BS. You know what I'm saying? To slander the name
mm,
so that people don't look into.
Hey, Bill, I have this weird theory about Google and smartphones. Do you know like how like you can broadcast live? Who's to say that the government can't just shut your camera on anytime they want to and view you or listen to you?
They can already do that, dude.
Yeah, there are because they always ask you for permission. Do we have permission to see your video and voice? Well, that's not to say that they're not doing it behind the scenes.
Of course they are.
Yeah,
I mean, of course they are. The best thing you could do is I would stay away from a laptop that has the built-in camera and mic. I would get
yeah,
a desktop built and I would get a webcam that has the mic in it. You can unplug that sucker from the USB port and take their access away from them.
right. That's true.
Because, I mean, they can turn this stuff on. You can run a smartphone could be sitting there listening to you and looking at you. You won't even know it.
Yeah, you could be sitting there, taking a shit in the bathroom while they're watching you.
Exactly. And you
Yeah.
won't even know it. But this is no lie. This stuff's really going on. I mean, I've had a couple of
Mm.
times that my webcam, I wasn't using it, and the light came on out of nowhere, and I'm looking all over my desktop, and computer ain't been on that long, and I'm what the hell, and I reached around and unplugged the damn thing.
Oh my God, that's even more frightening.
And I'm like, so
Mm.
because you're not using it, but something is activated your webcam, and if it wasn't for the light on it, you wouldn't know it was activated. But the minute I seen it activated and I'm not doing nothing, and I can't find my webcam, I realized, oh no, you're not, and I reached around and unplugged it. And I've had that happen a couple of times. So
Wow.
I would suggest, if I was to suggest anything to people, is you don't freaking stay away from laptops with that stuff, and get yourself an old-fashioned desktop. Have one built. Buy yourself a webcam with a mic built into it. You can pull the plug on that thing and not have to worry about somebody sticking their nose where it don't belong.
Hmm.
You think what these
Right.
updates are about? They do all these updates because they're putting spyware in your damn computers.
And not to mention your cell phone. Bill, our lives are micromanaged. Think about how much data the government catches on people just owning a smartphone.
Oh, geez, tremendously. The smartphones, the computer age, they're sitting there collecting all this information. They're watching you, they're listening to you. And don't fool yourself and think they're not,
Yeah,
because they are.
yeah. Bill, it's frightening to think that they have it out for guys like you and I, because if they are playing around with the numbers, because the numbers, like you said, you get these negative view counts. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Bill, I know you had a few channels shut. Steve, have you ever had one of your channels shut down yet?
Not yet, but I've never pushed the issue like Bill has, like with the New World Order. But if I
Yeah.
started talking bad about, say, Israel, or if I started talking bad about 9/11, or pointing really flaws out, I think I would be shut down real quick.
Right. Right.
They don't want, like, for example, if you start talking about the state of Israel and you bring it up and you really push the issue, they will flag your channel. They will.
Oh yeah. You're just not even allowed to even talk about when it comes to Israel. It's
Well,
like you're almost
Israel's
just like
one of them. But if you started really hitting hard on the social
yeah.
engineering, I don't make a lot of videos anymore, so it's hard for me to grasp what I might say. But in the future, I could find out real quick if they'd push the issue. But it's we live in a scientific dictatorship. It's really goofy.
Mm,
Well,
right.
we're definitely under a dictatorship. There's no doubt about that. You know, NWO to me is the crux of most of it, but I cannot dig into detail to say, because you got a lot of truth being told, you got a lot of lies being told, you know, and so you got to sit there and sift through the damn lies, and it's like, even I see Hell by the Dashboard in here, and and I know that this man here done one hell of a lot of good work, okay, because I listened to him, okay, but one of the statements he has said, even when Steve says he's lost it, and I see what Steve's saying, and even with the disagreements, is the fact that when Hell by the Dashboard Light says he wants a female to be a friend with him, I mean, it's the right statement, because you have to be friends in order to ever have anything to work out.
What's he saying in the chat? I don't have the chat in front of me. What's he saying?
He's just answered off the grid.
Mm.
Okay, he's not
Well, I
saying
agree
much.
with
He's
that,
been
Bill.
mostly quiet, but I heard Help by the Dashboard Light say this out of his own mouth more than once. He wanted a woman who would be a friend with him. And I totally agreed with him straight across the board, because I understand that if he has a female become friends with him and then they become best friends, this is where real love come from to begin with.
Yeah, but then he
Mm.
said he didn't want to have a penis as a friend.
Well, unfortunately, this is The only mistake, he makes a mistake on that one because what you're doing is you judge a guy, well, he's got a penis and he's competition. No, you don't look at him as competition. Because the fact is, if the woman really loves you, she's not going nowhere and that guy ain't going to get her. Because she's going to tell
Yeah.
you, I've told him no and he keeps hitting on me, and you know where to go to put whose teeth in their stomach, won't you? Okay? Because that's what a faithful woman will do. But as far as his statement about he wants a woman for a friend, he's got it right, man. He does. He has it
Mm.
right there. I will never go against that ever because he's on spot. Okay? I
Mm.
just wish you could see that you can't be smashing and bashing men. Because you know better when you do that because nobody said you're gay. Nobody said go be gay. Okay? And it's the wrong mindset to be smashing each other when you have thousands and thousands of men going through the same problem. How about communicating what's going on? How about making sure the whole world hears what's going on?
Mhm.
That's where I come from with there. I
Well,
don't hate Hell by the Dashboard Light because just like Steve said earlier, I used to sit here and watch all of his driving videos. And he did one hell of a lot of good videos that made a lot of great points.
Mhm.
And I'll never take that away from him, just like,
I don't understand why he doesn't re-put those up. They weren't that bad. They
yeah,
were good. But I don't understand where he's losing his fucking mind. Like, how does a guy that's passionate just go to being fucking batshit crazy? Like, how did that happen? Like he almost like he had a head injury and just woke up from a coma and acting crazy now.
I don't know. Unless it's just a lot of depression and he started drinking with the depression. And he's,
Yeah, but I've gone through areas where I drank a lot, but I never went that crazy. For crying out loud,
well, I understand what you're saying, Steve, but you also understand this.
he's off the Richter scale crazy now. I mean,
Yeah,
that's just bizarre.
well,
Yeah.
everybody's had a different upbringing and he's his own individual and to be a human being. And you got the drunk that everybody gets along with and makes everybody laugh. You got the drunk that's a complete obnoxious that nobody wants to be around. And then you have the violent drunk. So, alcohol don't do the same to everybody. Some people act different under the influence of alcohol than others.
Hmm.
So, and I'm not going to speak for Hell by the Dashboard because I have no way of knowing what's going through his mind. I could
Yeah,
only
but
tell the guy that he's done really good work. Okay? He has said some very great stuff. He's the only guy I've heard talk about wanting a female for a friend. I mean, I
yeah,
give
but
him hands up for that.
Bill, the context of him wanting a female as a friend had to do with yeah, but then he added on to it that having male friends, he didn't want that. And that bothered me because I would give to have a lot of male friends. It's male camaraderie is extremely important for your psychological mindset.
Well, that's just it. It's what you worry about. If you're worried about, well, I got a male friend, and somehow that's going to hurt your chances, you have the wrong mindset because if he's really your friend, he's not going to be hitting on the woman you're hitting on.
Hmm.
Okay, he's not going to be hitting on your woman behind your back if you get a woman. Not if he's a real friend. Okay, and you can't judge everybody the same. But Steve's right. You need to freaking be able to have both friends. But at least he had his stuff together to know that he needs to be able to have a friend for a woman because the reason relationships don't make it is because people don't know what they're doing. And the first part of any successful relationship starts with friendship. Not this bullshit. They friend zone me, man. I can't get a woman because I'm friend zoned. Them are women. I'm not saying friend zoning ain't happening, because of course it is. But these are women who also don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So
Bill, the problem with this internet is we really don't understand what's going on the other end. Me and you have had long conversations private on the phone. We've talked about personal things, but we don't know who we're dealing with on the other end of this thing. This is what makes the internet so creepy. It's so cloudy and creepy, like Stardust, how he puts himself out to be, or like a lot of these YouTubers who used to maybe do facial videos, they change the script and then they go anonymous, or they've never even shown their face. We don't really know psychologically and what sort of motivations these people have, and it's really frightening because the internet has brought the freaks out of the closet. That's the downside of the internet, especially the people that don't show their face. It's really brought the freaks out of the closet. It has in some weird ways. It's a weird social dynamic that's been playing out over the years, and who knows what's going on. Other than there's a lot of weirdos out there too. Even people that listen to this broadcast, they're not all playing with the full deck.
well, no, they're not. I mean, when I started the show tonight, Steve, I talked a little bit about Toronto forced loneliness, okay, and his speech impediment only because of what Monday had done. But Monday didn't say anything wrong, not in that particular video. Okay, I agreed with him, okay? But I talked a little bit about that. But then the first guest in who asked for the information and wanted to come in a few days ago, right? He came in here calling himself Cock and then turned around and said he had the cure for TFL and Forever Alone and that was PUA, and I just removed him from the show.
Bill, I mean, it's weird. Bill, think about the get rich quick schemes. The internet has opened the closet for all these fucking freaks selling their get rich quick scheme. Oh, I'm Lou Graziano or Jew Grazi, whatever his name is, that guy that sells that. There's like about a dozen of these guys that are selling these get rich quick schemes. I mean, it has opened up a floodgate of weirdos. I mean, this internet is a portal to kind of freakishness, you know?
Well, yeah, it's sort of like but this is where all the freaks go, right?
Bill, I don't understand this internet. I mean, I would, I'd rather be forthright. I mean, these people, there's something weird about it. It's creepy. I don't like that word, but the people that are listening to to your broadcast. I don't trust about 95% of them. I don't trust them. I would never let them stay at my place. I would never trust them with any personal secret. I wouldn't trust these fuckers at all because they are what they are. We don't know what's psychological. I would say probably 3/4 of the people are probably on some serious medication too.
Well, I would agree with what you're saying, and I hate to be that way, but I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, how could you? You can't. You don't know them. You know what? And I'm going to say this right here. You people don't know Steve no more than you know me, but guess what? I think I know Steve a lot better than most of you. And I think
Right.
Steve knows me a whole lot better than most of you.
Hmm.
I'd have Steve in my house, and I know I could trust him.
Yeah, I would trust Bill in my house. I would do it. But Bill and I have talked about a certain incident that happened to me not too long ago. And we both agree that this kind of solidifies that situation that these people in the TFL community or the incel, they can't be trusted. They cannot be trusted. They're not playing with the full deck. There's something not right about them. I mean, Bill,
Yes.
I mean, it's unfortunate that the people living TFL that have come onto these channels are the bottom of the totem pole. They are really, it's a creepy feeling to know that most of them will never be your friends at any level.
Yeah, which is sad
Yeah.
because they don't realize that, not only is it the majority of men's, not the majority of men's fault for the situation they're in, it's been socially engineered and was done. This programming has been going on before most of all these men were ever born. And most of these men don't even have, I mean, they have no compass to go back and look at how things used to be at all. And at least that's something that Steve has, I have, Dave has, is a compass of time that we've lived and when we were born, that we can recognize things that's changed.
Yeah.
And for me, I guess the main thing is trying to get people to back off and understand that we're all living these same problems. We have to try to figure out a way of being real and trying to get along. And for the ones that don't want to be real and don't want to get along, then I would suggest just start blowing them off. Because if
Well,
it's a
Bill, this
serious
is no.
topic, don't you want to listen? Don't you want to talk to people who actually really care? I do.
Well, Bill, there's going to be a point where I do retire from YouTube. I'm not announcing it or anything, but there will
Right.
be a point where I probably will completely shut this off because at some point I have not seen any real camaraderie amongst men. I see a lot of just, even I can't even always agree with Warren on everything. Warren is so transfixed to the fucking Chad and bad boy, and I wish these people could see other perspectives. They just are so transfixed into one issue.
Yeah, that's true.
And and I'm not saying Warren's not experiencing this. I'm sure he's experienced a lot of stuff because he's old enough to have experienced a lot of stuff. But it's that nobody can seem to come to any agreement on what the problems are going on today. It's the Chad. No, according to Alex Ransford, it's the oofy doofy guy who's 110 pounds, who's got skinny arms and tattoos and looks like a freak. He calls him a rat boy. I mean, how can this possibly be that all these different people are experiencing having these different perspectives on things? I mean, are we living in parallel or different universes or what?
I think amongst the social engineering, I think you have different regions of the country that gave just a little bit of a different education. In other words, put a slant in it. You know what I'm saying?
Like if you live like in where Alex Dashboard lives in New York, he might be seeing more of the oofy doofies. Where Warren lives in North Carolina, he might see these so-called chads. So it could be the region of the country you live in.
Yeah, it could be
Yeah.
because I've discovered this through my years of doing what I'm doing here on YouTube is that different regions of the country seems to have, even though we're all controlled by the same entity and the school system is all owned right? We have a little bit of a different teachings going on in different regions of the country. Okay, and with that, you would also have a different look, a different outlook on
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. There's definitely different characteristics going on throughout the country. I mean, they're very
Yeah,
similar,
and this
but
is a this opens up the opportunity to say that if you're living TFL, maybe you should explore other areas of the country where people at least are nicer, because you can't say that everybody acts the way people do in New York City or LA or Cleveland,
right,
Ohio. You have to kind of
Mm.
look at different regions because every city has its own semi different culture, its
Yes.
flavor to it. And it's tricky finding that place. Obviously, eventually, if there is a place out there, everyone will discover it. But yeah, it's unfortunate. You have to kind of be willing to look at different perspectives because just going. Let me give you an example. We have a fitness chain called Planet Fitness, and it's a national chain. There's about 20 different Planet Fitnesses in the Cleveland area, in Akron, Canton area. Guess what? Every time I go to a different Planet Fitness, it's like a different culture there. The people are different. And it's like, it's so, my point is that it's hard to believe just going to a different Planet Fitness, you can get a slight change into people. You know what I'm saying?
Uh
right.
huh.
Like the one
Yeah,
Planet Fitness that I frequent the most, it's 65% women, 35% guys, but it is the least one that I like because if you ever want to talk about hypergamous women, it's that location I go to, okay? Where the girls are just showing off their booty, and it's at that one location that I go to that it's closest to me or closer to me, but I don't like it because of that very reason. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
and
right.
and and then Alex Dashboard claims he went to Planet Fitness in the Buffalo area, but his whole thing was, oh, it's a sausage fest and it's girls hanging around skinny rat boys. Well, because he's at a different Planet Fitness and he's experiencing a different culture or subculture within there. You follow what I'm saying?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
Mm.
his experience at the Planet Fitness he was going to was that he only sees ugly, scrawny white guys with beautiful blonde girls, and he sees this quite frequently, which I never do. So it got me to thinking that because he's in a different state, in a different subset of the population, he might be experiencing that.
I'm
Just like
sure he
Warren,
is. Just
and
like
just
Yeah.
like
Warren.
Warren claims that he's seeing all these chads and bad boys with hot women in the area of North Carolina he lives in. Maybe he is experiencing that. But I
Mm.
just noticed something, Bill. Just going to a different Planet Fitness, maybe 5, 10, or 20 miles away, it's like a different world. It's weird. It's like a totally different crowd. And the girls that go to the one Planet Fitness I go to the most, they are like they would fit they with the girls that would be on the online personals. It's just real flaky and flighty. Wouldn't talk to you. That's weird, but only at that one location.
Yeah.
Mm.
But you know,
If Alex Dashboard were to come to Cleveland and he went to the Planet Fitness that I go to, he'd see it different. It wouldn't be what he says it was. Now, I'm not saying he'd meet a girl there, but the point is that he would see that it doesn't fit the profile of what he's seeing. He thinks because he sees it in Buffalo, New York, that everything centers around Buffalo, New York. Well, that's not reality because Cleveland, Ohio, and Buffalo, and Detroit, Michigan, and all these different regions have their own flavor and their own culture.
that's exactly it, Steve. And I think that, I think that's one of the crux that's caused a lot of conflict online is
Right. Oh
because
yeah.
people
Because
are
they
fighting each over. No, this is what it is. And the other person's no, this is what it is. And not realizing that we have little bit different side twist of cultures of people and beliefs in different regions of the country.
like I could go to Planet Fitness and say North Olmsted versus Avon Lake. And it's a light years difference between the two. And
Yeah.
they're only about 10 miles, 7 miles away from each other. Or I could go to Planet Fitness in Medina versus Akron, and it's light years difference from each other. So it's weird how just a fucking chain fitness club could be a difference in change in culture, you know?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I find, Steve, I find that going to like, because I like to go to, like baseball games and stuff like that. If I go to Fenway Park in Boston, and then I go to, you know, another park out like out in Colorado or San Diego or Kansas City or whatever, and it's just so everywhere I go, it's
Oh,
just like a
totally.
different.
And I
Yeah.
know I'm not negating TFL, but I am telling you that cultures make sometimes you have to get out of okay, Cleveland, Ohio, the west side of Cleveland is obsessed with team sports. The Cleveland Indians, the Cavs, the Browns. Sometimes you have to say fuck Cleveland, drive 100 miles south, go to a city that's fairly big but not caught up in the Cleveland Indians and Browns and whatever, and now you get away from the fucking irritating noise. You see what I'm saying? You got to get away
Mm.
from the fucking noise because your culture that you live in, like Cleveland, Ohio, is so obsessed with sports teams that I just sometimes want to get the fuck out of here and move to a city that doesn't have a lot of sports teams or any at
Yeah.
all.
That's the problem about like where I am. It's like everything's all about like the pay, especially the Patriots. Oh my God! I mean, it's like that's all people talk about around here is the Patriots, and
Yeah,
it's like literally getting to the point where like I just want to get the hell out of here.
That would drive me nuts.
yeah.
Mm.
And people, what sometimes you have to get out of your culture. And like I said, if I get tired of going to, let's say, a certain gym of Planet Fitness, I might just say fuck that gym, drive an extra 10 miles just to get the fuck out of that location. Because one of those Planet Fitness locations that is close to me fucking sucks. It's got more women than men, but it is the most stuck up, egotistical gym I have ever fucking seen. And it's in that culture within a 10 miles. If I drive 10 miles to a different Planet Fitness, it is a totally different crowd, a totally different animal. It's weird. How the fuck can 10 miles at a different fitness club be that much different?
Yeah, that's crazy. Jeez.
Yeah.
Would you
I
now?
mean,
Would you go to the gym?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, I was going to say, when you go to the gym, what do you use most? Like just the treadmill? Do you do mostly
No,
treadmill training?
I pump iron again. I started doing some like they have this really cool thing at Planet Fitness called the 30-minute workout section, and I love to use that because you can knock out a 30-minute workout in there, and you walk out of there feeling really good.
No, okay.
But
Yeah, I
that
mean, we definitely have Planet.
the one
We
Planet
we
Fitness
def
I go to the most, that one is the only time I like to go there is midnight when there's none of those people in there because I hate
Right.
the stuck up mentality. And yes, it's mostly women in that gym, but it doesn't
Yeah.
feel like Alex said, oh, this place is a sausage fest. The sausage fest he goes to is probably a better environment for me because if he were to go to the Planet Fitness that I go to, he would find out that just because there's more women there doesn't make it hospitable to men at all. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm doing most of my working out at home, and I mix it up with a lot of walking. As I told you before, I used to do a lot of running, but I just pretty much stick to walking and mix it in with my little bit of weight training here and there.
and I saw
But
the same thing
yeah,
when I used to work out at another fitness. I used to work out at Bally's. It was called Bally Fitness. Like if you went to the
yeah,
one in Westlake, Ohio, versus the one in say Willoughby, Ohio, it was a different crowd. It was weird. It's like these cultures can change. So what I recommend to people to do now, this is one thing. I'm not going to say it's going to cure your TFL, but if you live in an area or a city of the country, you may want to venture outside of that city on a weekend. Maybe take a small vacation to a different city like Columbus. Like for me, it wouldn't be hard to get to Columbus and decide to go to a different city only to get away from the fucking people that you're around constantly. I don't want to be around
right,
a bunch of fucking Browns, Indians fans. I turn on the AM radio. All they fucking talk about is the Cleveland Indians. Oh, they didn't make the playoffs this year. Well, we got to do this. We got to do that. You know, these fucking losers. I'm so sick of these people. I'm sick of the sports. I'm this sports obsessed town. It drives me crazy. It's and we don't even have a winning team. That's what the thing is. Our
right.
fucking teams suck every year. You know, they except the Cavs when they have LeBron. But I mean, they suck every year, and they're praying that Baker Mayfield's going to save the day. I mean, I don't know. I'm so sick of this shit. I'm just had enough of it.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you what my best advice I would say, Bill, right now to your listeners. If you are living in a city where you feel the people are hostile or toward you, look to drive 50 miles in any direction and just get away from that fucking town for a weekend, just to get away from it, because you will see
mm.
a difference in people just leaving that fucking town. You know,
That part is
Yeah,
true. You will.
yeah. I definitely agree with you, Steve. And I actually do that quite a bit. I'll because I told you I live just outside of Boston, and if you ever kind of Google Boston, and Boston always makes these polls like the rudest people in the country, and they're always at the top of the list. And
yeah,
I'll just go out to out west and just go out to like upstate New York or something like that just to get the hell out of here, just to go to some peaceful little village town somewhere up in upstate New York,
yeah. You
and
have
and
to
it's
kind
and
of
it
familiarity. Like people like live in this. You can find this out in small towns. People who live in small towns really like I live in a small suburb of Cleveland, and I'm going to tell you something right now. I want to get the fuck out of here. This town has not treated me well at all. And
mm,
it's not so much personally it treated me. I'm talking as far as the environment. I don't like the politics. I did run for office here, and all I'm saying is you have to decide if you're in an environment. Even moving 30 miles from your house could be the difference of a better social life. You follow what I'm saying? People have
right.
told me
Oh
this.
yeah.
Listen, I was teaching school not too long ago, and just being in a different city and talking to the people and the students that were from that area, you know what they said to me? Well, I don't experience that. They all have a different outlook on the world just living 20 miles away. That's amazing. That can make a
Yeah.
huge difference. You
Oh
know,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
just like that Planet Fitness I go to during the day and in the morning, a bunch of, pardon my language, stuck up cunts there. Okay. I'm sorry to use that foul language, but that's what it is. And it's mostly women there, or like, it's like 65,
Mm,
35. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, if I decide to maybe go to hit the Planet Fitness in a different location, I'm going to run into a different culture just going 10 miles in a different direction. I'm not kidding you. That's how much of a
Right.
difference moving out of your city. So I think a lot of TFLers, and I'm noticing this, what they might be experiencing is something that doesn't jive with their personality in that city, and they need to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in this same, geographical area. Like it's called the South Shore. It's
Yeah.
right on the south side of Boston. It's south of Boston, but we just call it the South Shore. And I've been here all my life, and it's just it's time for a change.
Live in a town, but this is the downside of living in one locale your whole life is you realize it sucks, but you say to yourself, it's home. It's home.
Yeah.
This city,
Right.
this Planet Fitness location sucks. It isn't real friendly to me, but it's home. Fuck that. No, get out of there if it's not home to you. Because, like I said,
Mm.
I think what Alex Dashboard, he lives in Buffalo, and he goes to Planet Fitness, one particular one, and he claims he sees these scrawny little oofy doofy guys with hot looking women. Well, my response to him is get the fuck out of there and maybe drive 20, 30 miles and go to a different Planet Fitness and go to a different part of the city where you might feel a difference of culture just out of moving 20 miles. That's how much of a difference a small locale or small drive can make.
Yeah.
And that's what I think TFLers are suffering from. They're caught in one locale and they don't. And I'm not saying it's going to cure your TFL, but sometimes you got to break the monotony.
Well,
You
I
know?
hear that. I hear that loud
Yeah.
because what Steve's talking about, actually, I was thinking about Mr. Toronto Man over there. I
Yeah,
think that's really the only area he's mainly lived. Not that he hasn't lived somewhere else, but he's so infatuated on, the Toronto. Not that it isn't bad there, because I'm sure it is, right?
yeah.
But he seems to put all of his experiences that this is the way it is all over the world. No, that's not true. You
No,
know,
it's not. And this is why I had by the way, there's another YouTuber that we were Skyping today in the last couple of days. And I said this, he said the same thing to me. He said, I noticed that the difference between, say, Sacramento and let's say Northern California is the difference to night and day. The point is you got to get the fuck out of your city, even if it doesn't mean leaving the state. Okay, another place I went to I thought was awesome was Michigan. I got out of the Cleveland area for 4 days to go on a work-related job assignment to Michigan. I saw the difference between night and day of people in Michigan versus Cleveland. I mean, I was so
Mm.
glad to be the fuck out of my suburb and out of the fucking Cleveland Browns, like Cleveland. Oh, all they talk about is the Indians all year, the Indians, the Indians, the Indians. And then we don't make the playoffs, and then they're talking about we need to restructure, we need to do this. Fuck this sports team, this town.
Mm.
I think if I don't leave Cleveland, what I'm going to do is make a habit of taking vacations out of this, maybe driving 100 miles just to get away from the mess and the noise. Sometimes you
Yeah.
have to do that.
Oh yeah, that's good. Because like I said, I do that quite a bit myself, and that's I recommend it.
I would also recommend get yourself a credit card with a frequent flyer miles. Like I have a Spirit credit card, okay? And you can
Oh yeah,
accumulate
I
all
got
these.
that.
Okay, now Spirit doesn't have great destinations, but you can fly from Cleveland to Atlanta for like $59 each way. So I could get a round trip ticket, get cheap hotel, and I could visit Atlanta for 4 or 5 fucking days and just see a difference in culture because I want to get the fuck out of Cleveland. I'm
Yeah.
sick of this town, but I'm not saying that there's a better. What I'm sick of is living in one locale for a long period of time. It will just like going to one Planet Fitness and none others will drive you fucking crazy. You'll be stuck in that
Right.
one.
I mean, I
but
got one of those with JetBlue, and but yeah, it's you said you lived in Savannah, Georgia for a little while, huh?
yeah, that was not bad. And even Savannah, there were a lot of surrounding cities you could go to. But yeah. So Savannah, I did live there for 3 years. Yes.
Yeah, because I've been to Savannah twice, but it was nice. I never really thought about living there or
And
anything like
that was
that.
the
But
same thing. You had the south side of Savannah, you had the north, like a south side, north side of Savannah. You had the historical district. So you could experience different cultures just by moving a different mileage, different way places. So you kind of have to be willing to get out of your comfort zone. I think a lot of TFLers are homebodies. They don't like to move around. Like Warren's life is centered around probably staying within a 10-mile radius of his house. He probably doesn't get around much. He doesn't really get
Right.
out of his locale.
Warren
And
seems to
Yeah.
walk a lot, Steve. I mean, he tells me that he walks 3 miles basically one way to work and 3 miles back.
okay, so he basically doesn't go more than 3 miles to and from work every day. That's his social life, other than smoking his pot. And his whole
Yeah.
life is right around the Chad, the Chad, the Chad, the Chad, and then Alex Dasport is the Oofy Doofy, the Asian Oofy Doofy, because they live in different locales and they're experiencing a different zeitgeist in that area.
Yeah. That,
Mm.
and I think that that's probably the biggest majority of arguments online is because people ain't realizing how much difference can one location to another can be in the same country.
Mm.
Within the same
Well,
10-mile radius in the
Oh
same
yeah,
county.
yeah,
Like
and
well,
I
I'll,
can see that being possible. I really do.
you can like I could easily, if I wanted to stay on the west side of Cleveland, I could move down to 65th. I could probably live in the ghetto, but I could find some like Latin, like we have a Puerto Rican community on the lower west side. I could learn some salsa dancing, and I could live in a different culture. I mean, I could choose to. The thing is, I'm a homebody. I'm going to be honest about it. I have not really gotten out much, so it's easy for a guy like me
mm,
to get cynical about his environment, because what I see in my environment is what I've seen for the last several years. It's the same shit.
Yeah,
right.
And there comes a point where you have to decide that you're not going to take it anymore. And you know what? Like I think Anthony Robbins said this one time. He says all change happens in one fell swoop. You finally say enough is enough. Yes, no, no. When you say people don't change gradually, you decide I've had enough, and that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely, and I'm so that's why I'm so looking forward to retiring and just just a couple of few weeks here, and because my job has kept me locked down all my life, and I've never really been able to kind of go on these like different adventures. I mean, I've done a little traveling here and there, but it's always kept me a homebody, like in this kind of locked to this area. I've never been able to like relocate, take a job elsewhere and things like that.
Right. Right.
Because I've just been kind of with this job because the pension has kept me with this job because it's I get the same type of pension that most police officers get, which is a pretty which is actually a very generous pension. And yeah, that's the only
What is it
reason why
about?
I went to work for this place.
Oh, so
That's
you're
the only
going to
reason I went to work for this place in the first place.
is your pension going to be like 50 G's a year?
It'll be a little bit more than that. It's going to be about 55.
Oh my God, that is unfreaking believable. If you had that pension and you lived in Cleveland, you'd live like a king.
Yeah. Oh, I could. Yeah, I'm sure I could live. That's why I was like scoping out some real estate in Ohio, just kind of looking up really nice areas, um, of Ohio, and I was going on like Zillow and stuff like that. I was like, Jesus, I mean, look at these houses I could buy. I mean, you can buy these houses like nothing. It's like, I mean, I don't really need anything big anyway. I don't want anything really big, but
Mhm.
you know, but I
Well,
was
you
like,
don't want to get
but that's
stuck. Don't get stuck in a hick town though. Don't get stuck in
right.
like one of these little hillbilly towns, because you will feel like an outsider real quick, real quick. They will
Yeah.
make you feel like. Yeah, that's another thing. People that live out in the country, they're not always as friendly as you think they are. I mean, it's kind of a weird dynamic. I found out just traveling outside of Cleveland, when you go out into like a smaller town, like say you're visiting or you're maybe at a campsite, you find out that they have their own culture too, and you're not invited. It's kind of like it's not all small towns are friendly to outsiders, so you got to be aware of that too. So if you move to Ohio, you want to be near a populated area. You don't want to move out in the boondocks somewhere.
Right. Right.
If you do that, I would just say be prepared to kind of deal with a very isolated life.
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely have to
Also,
do some.
the the optimal way to live is to, if being single is great that you can do this. be in a situation where you got affordable housing, but if you want to get away from the monotony of your city, you can drive 100 miles or hop on a cheap flight and get the hell out of there for a couple days and get away from it.
Mm.
Because, like I said, I think people that travel are more well rounded because they get to see different cultures in different cities. You follow me?
Oh yeah, no, it's very therapeutic.
And living in Cleveland, Cleveland is no different than St. Louis in the sense they're very similar cities. As far as I found out that the city of St. Louis is almost identical to Cleveland, even though they're 650 miles apart. But the difference is that if you
Mm.
live in St. Louis, you never leave St. Louis. Just like if you're from Cleveland, you probably never leave Cleveland. You know, you kind of stay in the area, and you sometimes have just got to get out of your comfort zone and just say, look, I'm going to travel to this city and check this out and see something different. Because you know what I found out, you do see a slight difference in the women in like Akron, Ohio, than you do in Columbus, Ohio, than you do in Cleveland, Ohio. I do see
Yeah,
slight variances in behavior. And
yeah. Well,
nothing's exact. I think the worst city to live in would be New York City. That would be by far, in Los Angeles and New York City would be the worst fucking hellholes to live in, as far as a
yeah,
single
and
guy would be concerned.
yeah, and I think Boston is just an extension of New York City. I mean,
Oh,
Boston's
oh,
gotten
you're
really bad.
well. One thing that's hurt Boston is all these fucking immigrants are coming in there and they're driving real estate through the roof.
Yeah.
It's
Mm.
like the city used to be a predominantly Irish Catholic city. I mean, it was known for like Irish, and this city just took a shit over the last few years. It's become very cosmopolitan. It's become like it's a
Hmm.
refuge for a lot of immigrants. So it's really kind of
Oh yeah,
becoming this. So anytime you get immigrants, you change the culture and you drive the real estate through the roof.
Yeah.
yeah. It's so many Asians. It's just like become such an Asian,
That
this
whole
Asian
that
boom.
whole yeah, I was in Quincy. I stayed in the city of Quincy, and there was nothing
Uh-huh.
but Asians in Quincy. Quincy was loaded with
Yep.
Asians. So
Oh
what
yeah.
the fuck?
That's what.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that's where I started when I started working with the company I'm at. That's actually where I worked, was out of the Quincy district, and
Yeah.
yeah, I exactly what you're talking about.
And so when you change the demographics of things, the people start getting nastier because the population's getting bigger, the cost of living. Boston would have not been a nice city to move to maybe in the 50s or 60s, even the 70s. Well,
Mm.
70s was pretty turbulent, but like the 60s, it might have been a good town to live in at one time when it was real proud Irish Catholic, Boston Celtics fans. But it's not the same Boston that it used to be.
No, it's changed just since like the 1980s. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just changed dramatically.
yeah.
So
I
it's
mean,
just so different now from what it was
so
when I was a
you
kid.
think that there a time where those Irish Catholic neighborhoods were like more romantic of a time period? Like those Irish Catholic areas don't exist anymore. That's all. That
Yeah,
those
I mean,
they make
you
it
know,
in Hollywood. I love how Hollywood always tries to romanticize the Irish Catholic communities. Oh, look at these tough Irish kids growing up, and those communities were decimated decades ago.
yeah, the only Irish part of Boston really is South Boston, and it's not a nice area. You go there, and the people are very rude.
Right.
It's just not a very friendly atmosphere. It's very kind of
When
the mood of the place is just pretty ugly.
Now, are you Irish yourself, or
I've maybe 10% Irish in me. I got about 40% Italian, and
okay? Okay. What I'm saying is like Boston used to always kind of be known for its kind of outskirt blue collar Irish Catholic communities. They were drinkers and all that shit. But that thing is kind of all a blast to the past. They're gone now. Those neighborhoods, those Irish Catholic neighborhoods have been decimated by integration and forced busing and propaganda. So Boston is just this big overpriced cosmopolitan uh interracial community. It's not the Boston it used to be. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly. It's just it's all diverse now.
Yeah. And it's like your third world immigrants have taken it over, and it's kind of like, so what does that leave you? A bunch of rich Irish Catholics that live in McMansions that, on the outskirts. It's like it's totally become decimated. And Cleveland, Ohio used to have its Italian Murray Hill community. We had a place called Slavic Village. It was all Slovak people. Now it's all ghetto. All these Catholic. We do have a resurgence in the Ukrainian community in Parma, which I think is kind of cool. They're immigrants,
Yeah.
but I mean, I'm talking Orthodox Ukrainians, not Jewish Ukrainians. They're Orthodox Christians, and we have a big resurgence of that. And I think that's kind of a cool thing because these ethnic communities were really very structured. They were actually had a lot of they gave you a sense of purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the only place in Boston that's kind of stayed true to its roots is the North End. That's basically an Italian. That's predominantly Italian, and
Now, are they able?
that's
Are those Italian? When you have an Italian neighborhood in Boston today, are they able to keep infiltrators out of there?
they've seemed like they've done a pretty good job at that. You know, it's pretty much
I wonder
it's
how that.
always
I wonder because there was an area of Cleveland called Murray Hill, and for the longest time they were able to keep it Italians. And even if you were an outsider, an Italian outsider, you couldn't just get in there. You couldn't be like an Italian from New York and move to Murray Hill. It was like they would want to know who is this guy moving in here or whatever. I mean, it was a tight community, but I don't think Murray Hill
mm,
is what it used to be anymore. They still have the Feast of Assumption, the Italian Feast of Assumption festival there, but I don't think that it's what it used to be.
mm,
So
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I think we're that, but yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to leave Boston. I'm not saying Cleveland's as bad as Boston. I would take Cleveland over Boston any day of the week. I don't
Yeah,
think
and
Boston. There's nothing to be desired. Boston is. It would have been a good town to live in if you could have been able to get there before it became a hellhole like it is with the immigrants and all that. But now
yeah,
it's the price. It's like New York City, Manhattan. You could be poor and live in
yeah.
Manhattan. Now you got to be a billionaire to live there now. You know.
Right. I mean, Boston's become it's very overpopulated now, and
Yeah.
I mean, I go to work in between the rush hour, and it's taken what used to take me 40 minutes to get to work is now taking me an hour and a half. This is like I leave for work at 11 o'clock in the morning, and
Wow.
when everybody's supposed to be at work, you know, and
Yeah,
coming
you
home
know
it's
that.
the same thing. It's you know.
Yeah, I did not feel comfortable in Boston at all. When I would see pictures of the Boston Marathon in the 70s, that's when you wanted to go to Boston. The Boston
Mm,
Marathon's become so commercialized now. It's like every asshole and their brother wants to run Boston. It used to be cool
yeah.
when the Boston Marathon would never sell out. And if it did sell out, it was at like the day before the race or something. Now it sells out in 6 hours. It's so fucking
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's
Exactly.
Boston.
People.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to say
Boston has
people just want
lost
to a
its.
lot of.
Sorry, finish.
Okay. I was just going to say, people just seem to like want to run it for shits and giggles now. It's like, you know, they want to get out there with their cell phones and take, post it on Facebook or whatever.
Yeah,
And, you know, yeah, like you said, it's just too, I don't know. I don't even know how many people run that
yeah. The
damn thing now.
Boston
I mean,
Marathon. I got to run it in 2009 and 10. Here's what happened. 2010 was the last year where it didn't sell out for until like a month or two before the race. Then all of a sudden, the coming 2011, which is October of 2010, which was the registration sold out in 8 hours. And since then, it's never changed.
mm,
Every asshole
yeah,
motherfucker wants to run it now. It's trendy to be a boss. Every asshole yuppie wants to
yeah,
run Boston, just like every yuppie wants to move to Idaho now and live in the
right.
country and live in the wilderness. I'm so fucking sick of when rich people destroy things, when wealthy people want to buy wooded property and they want to live in the nature and but they want everybody else to live in a fucking shitbox Ryan Homes or something.
Oh yeah.
It's
Right. Yeah. They've turned it into a status thing. Like I ran it 4 years in a row, 1990, 91, 92, and 93.
yeah.
And totally different back then, you know,
Did you say you
just a
ran it in under
completely,
3 hours?
yeah. My personal best was 2 hours and 47 minutes.
Oh my God, you were running fast.
Yeah. I was actually thought I was, I thought I was pretty capable of running. I see my goal was to do it in about two. I know it sounds like kind of a pipe dream, but like closer to 2 hours and 30 minutes. Maybe that was my wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's
But
like the females are running, the top female runners are running in around 230,
yeah,
220. Yeah.
a
Yeah.
kid, a kid I know, he went to the same high school I did. He's younger than me though. He's a lot younger than me. He's actually one of the top 50 marathoners in the country. He's actually a world class runner. He's running the thing in like 2 hours and 14 minutes or something like that. He's crazy
Oh,
fast.
really? Wow, that's
Yeah,
unbelievable. Yeah, most Kenyans
yeah,
can't even run that fast. Yeah,
No.
I
yeah,
know. He's just like right up there with them. He's unbelievable.
Well,
yeah.
hey,
Yeah,
So yeah,
he's the only world class runner that I kind of
yeah.
personally know. You know.
well,
By the way,
Dave.
this. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, okay, well, I wasn't trying to cut you both off, but I'm looking at 4 hours of live stream,
Okay.
so I'm
Yeah.
thinking about going ahead and cutting it for this week. But hey, Steve,
Yeah.
I've definitely appreciated you showing up over here.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, I gave him. Well, the reason I got off on a tangent, I wanted to go off on a perspective that in order to cure your TFL or at least eliminate some of the pain, sometimes you got to take a trip outside of your comfort zone. You got to get out of your city. You got to get out of your atmosphere. And sometimes you'll wind up going to another city that's even like Lorraine, the city of Lorraine is a shithole that's worse than, but sometimes you find a city that might be better to your liking. And you've got to be able to get into an area where you like it, you might get away from the boringness of where you're dealing
Oh
with,
yeah, I totally agree with you, but I definitely appreciate it.
Mm.
So Steve, now it's up to you. If you want to pop back here once a week on Saturdays, I'd
Yeah.
love to have you here.
Sounds like a plan. I think me and you,
Well,
I
we've
think,
never done a show or anything together ever. And
yeah.
I think this is actually perfect that you and I work together for a while on this. I know people love it. I like it. Because we don't know how long we're going to be here anyhow. So,
Yeah, I got
Well,
to get to bed myself.
Well, but the thing about it is, I think these TFL talks are very informative. If we can break, I love to correct both Warren and Hell by the Dashboard Light that you cannot say that your perspective is the only perspective out there. There
no.
are other people
Mm,
experiencing, like what Warren experiences in his area of the country is different from what maybe Hell by the Dashboard Light Alex will experience.
Oh, yeah. Well, as
yeah.
far as Alex, if you ever wanted in this chat, I would let him in. I'm not his enemy.
I'm not his enemy, but I'm really getting pissed off at his flightiness and the fact that the last podcast I did with him, he was stone drunk on there and he was acting stupid and cackling like a hyena. And I thought, God, this is weird.
Yeah. But hey, I'm going to get out of here. Thanks,
All right.
Steve. Next
All right.
Saturday, I'll be back at the same time. And thank you, Dave.
All right.
And
No problem,
to
Bill.
the other guys, I appreciate them being here. Next Saturday, guys, 9
All
o'clock. We'll see you
All
then,
right.
right.
huh?
Bye
Good night,
bye.
guys.
Later.